Untitled subscribe voor 14 months. Subscribe voor 6 months.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Thank you, Epion, for the 8 months, and thank you, Pekon Neko, for the 6 months. That's very, very kind of you. It is extremely goofy to me that you guys did a hype train while I was on commercials. That is a very silly thing to do, but I thank you for it nonetheless. That's very kind of you. I suspect we're going to have some new folks here. Oh, Bumblybugs, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. That's very, very kind of you. How is my voice? I have completely redone my setup, so I am... things might be a little bit different on my end. Hopefully you guys will not notice too much of a difference. Hello, Sir Alm. Hello, Sir Alm. Welcome back. Welcome back. One of my old regulars. It's always good to have some new faces and some old faces, right? It's that is the sign of a growing world and a growing community. But yes. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely time. It is deep in the evening here in New York, and I am... Oh! Denpa Sakai. Denpa Sakai, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Ah, yes, from Xnay Twitter. The website formerly known as Twitter. The website this branding is so strong that we have to refer to it by its former name. Denpa Sakai. What were you doing, Denpa Sakai? You were doing Minecraft. How is the Minecrafting? How's the Minecrafting? And hello, Crystal Blue Veil, and welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online for money. I do a lot of calligraphy content, which is my plan for today. It is my default go-to is that I do calligraphy, Oh yes. There's a free sub with I do a lot of calligraphy. I also paint miniatures. I consider doing mini painting today, but I feel like I should do the most old school thing. My most old school thing. I have been doing calligraphy for 20-something years. Something like that. And currently I am focusing on the last couple months I've been focusing on Gothic. But yes, hello Crystal Blue Veil, and you were doing Minecraft Mondays. You made a Nether portal. I have so little experience with Minecraft. I have so little experience with Minecraft. I think I have literally never installed Minecraft, which is at this point just kind of funny to me. I think I've entered the level of Minecraft noobishness where it becomes its own bit. Very pleasing to look at. I hope that you like watching me make it, little cutie fish. And yeah, Peko and Neko. Some folks. The slideshow. The slideshow made the rounds again. So some folks saw it. Some folks saw the slideshow again. But yes. Yes. Let me turn on studio mode. But yes, I should say hello. Oh, yeah, Hype Train complete at level 1. That's fine. Hype Train's one of the least important notifications for me to get. Also, I apologize, Denpa Senkai, if I did not say this before. Denpa Sekai world. Not sure what your I'm not completely confident I know what the Denpa in your name stands for, but Sekai is world. Denpa Sekai. If you need to raid and run, obviously please do so. I am assuming that a long, hard day in the mines has rendered you quite tired. For my own parts, I know that I personally tend to raid and run pretty reliably because of the alternative, of course. Because that's why I raid out, right? I raid out because I am tired and cold and all those things, right? That's why I raid out. So, I do not blame you at all if you want to do that. And hello, Potato Cat. I should get in the hellos. I usually tend to wait a little bit longer for these, but hello, Pekomnekel, and hello to myself, and hello, Seribot, and hello, Epion Avenger, and hello, Bumbly Bugs, and hello, Cherry Mojis, and hello, Sir Alm, and hello, Denpa Senkai, and hello, Crystal Blue Veil, and hello, Lil Cutie Fish 420, and hello, Potato Cat, and Cosmo Krill, thank you for the follow and welcome in. And of course, who can forget? Hello to all of the lurkers, the soon-to-be lurkers, and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you being here. Minecraft is your favorite game. You're currently playing Skyrim while listening. I see. I find that there are a couple of different genres of gamer, and I'm kind of like a focused gamer. I'm kind of a focus gamer. I like my games to have mission statements and objectives and stuff like that. I like games that have like one mechanic. It just does the one thing. Oh, Magnus Moth VT, thank you for the follow. You are one of several moths. I was actually literally watching a moth VTuber just before I started here. I was watching Sybil the Moth, who is currently live and is doing one of the goofiest streams ever. I'm literally advertising somebody else's stream while I'm doing my own stream, like an absolute goober. But Sybil is currently watching Lex, which is such a goofy. I'm gonna give her the shout out. Let's just see what happens. Sybil. Let me make sure I spell her name correctly. Yeah. Yeah, she's literally she's being completely insane. But yes. So, 4 years ago, I was expecting to say 15 minutes or so after raid. Or you're just advertising yourself to the raid. I mean, it's interesting to see, I guess. I mean, my own personal feeling, right, is I don't feel like this is that unusual. My own personal feeling, right, is that I like to say hello to the people I raid into. I like to I think I do annoy a little bit my collab mates because I'm like, hold on, collab mate. I do want to do a post-mortem with you. I want to talk about what worked. I want us to exchange notes on our acting. But also, I need you to shut up for 10 minutes while I talk to the person we just rated into, and I tell them that we had a nice time. Like I always feel the need to do that. It's not I don't think a great habit. Yes. So, let me. I'm going to pull up. I'm doing a little bit of setup on the camera back end. I've had a very, very busy week. Just a lot of real life things that I had been putting off for a while, all kind of conspired together to make it so that I really needed to, I really need to focus very, very hard this last week. You've seen many weird trends. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised that there are some, there's changes in fashion, right? That doesn't surprise me at all. Give off the owl professor energy. It is amusing, right? I remember when I was first starting, one of those things that I talked with some consultants about, was, do I need to have a furry angle, right? Do I need to have some sort of furry or otherwise chuny angle to it? Because I don't feel it myself, right? I am not a participant in that honored clan. It is something that is entirely abstract to me, and it is entirely abstract to me. It doesn't really mean anything to me. But I don't understand how people choose their fursonas. But having done this for a while, people make the owl thing all the time. People reference the owl thing all the time. Hello, Matthew the Rice Seeker. Matthew_Rice_Seeker. Hello. Forgive me, Matthew. I'm not planning on doing models today. I am planning on doing calligraphy because it is Monday. Yeah, I know you're actually fine with it. Matthew's very generous and has helped me quite a bit on the miniatures painting side of things. Pretty Words is legit. There's a possibility that I'll get bored and decide to do it. Middle Earth Ent. That's fair. I do get hello, Ferdy_F28. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. More of a Middle Earth Ent. I do actually feel very dwarfy. I feel a lot of sympathy for the dwarfs in a lot of fantasy settings. I do some cozy gaming, but I actually kind of like being stressed out, Bumbly Bugs. It's a bit of a challenge for me as a streamer, is that in terms of my aesthetic and the tone that I am doing on stream, I should be playing like Stardew Valley. But the game that I actually find really relaxing, the game that's actually really, really relaxing for me is Warframe. My main games that I have played in my life have been co-op action games. I like Left 4 Dead and Helldivers and stuff like that. And I sometimes subject chat to those. But they are those are it's interesting to see, right? And I find it interesting as an artist, right? Because this is an art. Streaming is an art form. We are performing artists here. It's interesting to me that games that I like and games that I like to stream are not the same. I like to be a little bit stressed out, but I have noticed there are definitely games that I really enjoy playing and I don't really enjoy streaming very much, and then there are games that I don't enjoy playing at all but I do enjoy streaming. So it's a little bit tricky to tell. And what I've noticed is that because I like to pay attention to chat a lot. I like to pay attention to chat, and the chat adds an extra layer of things to take care of, to pay attention to react to, an extra plate to juggle, so to speak. And so I kind of want to like take the level of stressfulness for any game I'm playing and like multiply it by 1.2, right? Just like raise the bar a little bit. I have not played Project Zomboid. I do know, Matthew, that is your absolute favorite game with an exclamation point. It is uncomfy. Sorry. So the Stardew-like game that I really like, and I'm holding off on it because it's early access, and I don't want to burn myself out on an early access game. I'm like trying to ration myself, right? Because it's still in early access, and sometimes like if you play a game too much during early access, it kind of ruins it for you. Is Traveler's Rest. I really like Traveler's Rest, and I have streamed it before. And Traveler's Rest very nicely for me. I can just make myself in it. It's very like it is very the Almantas that you can make inside Traveler's Rest is really good. But Traveler's Rest is basically Stardew Valley, but you are also running a tavern. And it's just like an extra it's an extra level of like keeping track of things and like mid-level objectives that like really keeps me engaged. I really like Traveler's Rest. But again, it's very much in early access, and they've like really changed the game considerably several times. So I'm just kind of like holding myself back a little bit. That said, I am not running out of games to play, right? I am running out of time to play games and to do the things I want to do on stream, right? That's if I had the power. If my body and brain could handle it, I would be streaming like 150 hours a week. I would stream like 1 million hours a week in order to get through all the stuff that I want to do. But I can't. I would die. So I don't. Stardusted_dreams. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. But yes. I feel like going over to the... live screen. So folks who may not have seen this before, by the way, how's the camera angle? Because we're doing I can zoom the camera out a little bit more, but I think this should be okay. This is a little calligraphy setup I've got here. I'm just kind of showing it what it looks like a little bit. I'll be using pilot parallels today, so the setup is a little bit easier than if I was doing dips. But so, fairly simple. This is a light box underneath here. It will flashbang you in a few seconds. You will get flashbanged. In the meantime, I've got some lined paper, and the only purpose of this lined paper is to provide guidelines. If I were being more deliberate and fancy and taking my time a little bit more, I would pencil in my own lines by hand, but that is a real pain in the neck. And I just don't feel like doing it right now. I also don't know where a ruler is at the moment. And here's the actual paper. Here's the actual paper. And so it's just a little bit of ritual here. There's more ritual if I were to draw my own guidelines on by hand, but just take little paper clips so that now it stays. Because I'm fussy about this sort of thing. I'm a little bit of a fuss bucket. And 3, 2, 1, you're about to be flashbanged. And so this ink showing through is not going to wind up on the final product. And where's the pen I want to use? I have 2 pens inked up right now. Both Pilot Parallel 2.4 millimeter. 2 2.4 millimeter pens inked up. One of them with... I may as well grab it. Here are today's inks. This is the black. Oh. This is the black. Sailor Black ink. Not actually a fan of this one, ultimately. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm trying to kind of get through it. I'm trying to like run through it, and so I can get back on Herban Black. Either Herban Black or in a Roshizoku Black. And my purple for today is a Roshizoku Yamabudo, Mountain Plum. Yamabudo is a lot of people love Yamabudo. I like Yamabudo. I don't love Yamabudo. It is not my favorite purple. I do like how well behaved it is. I really like how well behaved Yamabudo inks, not Yoroshizoku inks are. Uh, shouldn't be too surprising because it's the same brand. Yoroshizoku and Pilots. I don't know if you can make it out. Pilots are the same company. Pilot is their pen line, and Yoroshizoku is their fancy ink line. They have a less fancy, and it's the same people who make the Pilot G7. If you like those gel pens, those G7s, same company makes my calligraphy pens. But we're just gonna start off with a little bit of a warm up, just a little bit of a warm up. But yeah, Pilot, I have a big affection for Pilot as a company. I don't know if they're my favorite pen company because I think it might be Faber-Castell, who most people know for pencils, not for pens. Faber-Castell makes like the best art pencils, at least according to the people I know who work with pencil work a lot. Like I whenever I mention Faber-Castell, they're like, "What are you talking about?" Or they're like, "Oh yeah, those pencils." Hello, Cairo. Hello, Cairo. Welcome in. Welcome in. And hello, JD274. Hello, JD. How you doing today? But yes. I am grateful to be back in the saddle after last week. I am grateful to have gotten the opportunity to come back to streaming. I am doing well, Kyra. I'm doing well. This is a bit of a reminder that I need to change one of these things. So we're just doing some little quick crosses. This is to, warm up the nib and warm up my own muscles, right? This is not really the practice that we're going to be doing. And I guess kind of my question for today is, do I work on Gothic or Insular? Gothic has been my main one for months, and I probably will because I think we've got some new folks here and they may as well see the Gothic, because my Gothic is probably my best right now. Oh yes, cherry emojis. The ink has a very lovely shimmer to it. I genuinely can't tell how much is coming across on the screen because I've got 3 different light sources going into my eyes, so I can't tell if the shimmer is coming across on the screen right now. Let's move this up a little bit because you can see my thighs. And that was not intended. That's not part of the intended streaming experience, to see the old thighs. But yeah, the ink does look pretty. I just find it to be too wet. Oh, Bumblybug's asking one of the questions where like I actually put a lot of thought into, because there's some of these I did not put as much thought into, but the name I put a ton of thought into. So, once I decided that I wanted to do VTubing, right? Like once I had done a couple of test streams to see if I liked what I was doing, and I decided very firmly that I wanted to do this, what I did was, did I say thank you to Stardust_Dreams for the follow? I apologize if I didn't. What I did was I, talked to some people who had watched me and who knew the industry. I talked to some insiders and we did the hardest part for me in all of VTubing. The hardest part for me in VTubing was figuring out what my strengths were, was figuring out what stood out about me and how people perceived me. Because I come from academia, right? I come from academia, and when you're in academia, being educated isn't special. It's not something you notice about somebody. You don't notice that somebody is intellectual or well educated or well read. Like why would you, right? Like why would you notice something that is the price of entry for getting into the space in the first place? It's like noticing that somebody who plays, it's like asking a bunch of pro basketball players and being like, oh yeah, are you good at dribbling, It's like, well, of course I'm good at dribbling. I know I'm a professional basketball player. What are you talking about? So learning to kind of recognize how people saw me, and so one of those things that came up a lot was, I'm always uncomfortable about this, but I'm learning to get more comfortable about it, and this is something that literally is a major part of my therapy for the last year or so. Learning to get more comfortable with the idea that people see me as intelligent. And so I looked up names. I went through behind the name and looked up names that were in some way related to intelligence. See as intelligent, but also yeah, no, I wasn't talking about dunking. I was talking about dribbling. Many of them can't dunk. Intelligent, but also kind of dumb. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, Kyra, that's part of my perspective on this. I think that everybody is more or less about the same level of intelligence. We just kind of have different knowledge bases, right? We kind of know and experience different things. And I mean, I know I've got weaknesses. And so anyway, we were looking at names from behindthename.com that had anything to do with intelligence. Anything to do with intelligence. And I had a couple of rules that I established kind of early on that I used as eliminators, right? So I didn't want a Japanese name for a couple of reasons. But a big one being that the Japanese names are so common in VTubing, right? I want to have a non-Japanese name to kind of stand out a little bit more. So I want to have a non-Japanese name for that reason. And I eliminated Chinese names because unless you can read Chinese, it does the evocation doesn't really come through. Accidentally had a Japanese name. Yep, I thought that was on purpose, Kairu. That you had an on purpose Japanese Polish name. I thought you were doing Kyle. I thought your name was Kyle in Japanese and Polish. And so teeth aren't quite catching as much as I'd like here. And so I eliminated Chinese names, and I eliminated Arabic names because I just kind of felt like I would be like being weird. So no Bumblebee Bugs. Though that's not a bad one. That's not a bad guess. My name is actually just a regular person's name. My name is just a regular name from Lithuanian. It means like wealthy in knowledge. That's just it's just a Lithuanian guy's name. And we did have a couple of finalists. There were some other names that were in consideration towards the end. And we went with Almantas mostly because we liked how it sounded. It just kind of rolled off the tongue very nicely. A thing that I had not considered when I chose the name was just how nicknameable it is and how many puns there are on my name. I genuinely had not considered that when I started. And it's very fortuitous for me. Very, very fortuitous for me. Al and Manny are extremely acceptable nicknames for me. I'm very comfortable with nickname tomfoolery. I was never one of those people who got mad about people saying my name wrong or weird. Alma, nickname tomfoolery, Sir Alm. It's a I don't know. It's tomfoolery is goofing around. It's japes and jokery and mixing around. So nickname tomfoolery is you know, it's never really like X's in this script. What's the most unique nickname I've been given? I don't know what's the most unique. The one that I think is the goofiest is almond. Almond toss is the goofiest one. There's a regular who insists on all my or all me because to her ears. Oh, yep, there's the almond. There's the almond. I'm an almond now. Because to her ears, to her Russian-speaking ears, Alma is very feminine. Can we also have an almond toss redeem? How much different would that be from what we've got going on right now? How much would that really change? I guess is the question. Like, what would that do differently? There we go. There we go. I was a little bit sluggish on this one so far, but that M came through really good. Just tossing almonds at me. Okay, I thought it would be tossing me as an almond, which like is doable, right? Because that's like I know a person who has a throw the VTuber reward. Yeah, the almond toss. Name that are pretty hard to nickname. I am sorry. I think nicknames are pretty good. Oh, Matthew. No. What happens right now, Matthew, is that 100 bits. I should actually enable this again right now because I currently have it disabled in StreamerBot, but I will enable it right now. Is that? Let's enable that, and actually let's enable the other one. Let's enable that one as well. There we go. I will write a sentence for you. I'll write a sentence for you. You know this one, actually, Matthew, because you've been here before. 100 bits and I will write a sentence. I will calligraphy a sentence for you. So, Matthew, if you want a... I will not count does anything happen when I throw bits at you right now as your sentence, as your redeem. Try to keep it to, like... Sentence is honestly being pretty generous. I think like 20 characters, right? Usually people do like a name. We're still doing warm-ups though, so let me finish at least one more pangram. Struggling with getting the contact points are feeling odd on this today. Hold on, let's adjust my seating a little bit. My seating posture might be what's messing me up a little bit. Still learning Swedish and practicing Eurovision. Love is Blind. You that would be your third language then, right, Sir Alm? Does anything happen when I throw bits at you? Would be lovely. All right then. All right then. All right then. Let me do at least one more pangram. Though, so I will have to simply remember that for a minute. I will just... Gothic Ys are a divisive topic. I like this one though. So third language. Yeah, I thought your languages, Sir Alm, were. I didn't know I didn't know that you consider yourself to speak any Japanese, Sir Alm. I thought you spoke. I thought you spoke French and English. I thought those were your languages of choice. Seem to remember that you were actually a native French speaker. Yeah. I sometimes joke that I don't feel like I speak English, but that's silly. That's silly. So yeah, for people who don't notice what I'm doing, this is a pangram. This is a sentence that contains every letter in the English language. And this one particularly, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, is the pangram that was used by telegraph operators as a test phrase, right, to make sure that the telegraphs were operating correctly. I believe specifically Western Union used it, if I recall my history correctly. I'm not as much of a history of technology guy. Certainly not a modern history guy. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. And let's do a sentence I like more. I do like the Gothic capitals a lot. That's my understanding, Cherry Emojis. I don't want to overstate my knowledge of that fact. But that's what I learned when I was younger. And I try to be cautious about my statements about history because I have been wrong on stream before, which is very embarrassing. I've just been flat out wrong about something, and I mean, it's the thing is, like, that happens all the time, right? It happens all the time that people are wrong about something that they believe. Heck, I'm wrong all the dang time. Japanese that can read a few hundred kanji and understand basic sentences. Yeah, that's where a lot of us are at. That's where a lot of us are at with our Japanese. My Japanese, I've definitely got more kanji than that, but my my non-kanji skills are lagging very considerably. I currently have a very uneven Japanese base. I know about 2,000 kanji and possibly fewer actual individual words. I might know more kanji than I know actual words at this point, which is pretty goofy. I just like studying kanji. And people who are particularly observant with English might have noticed this already, but I am doing somewhat anachronistic, right? I'm being somewhat anachronistic because we are writing in Gothic, which is a medieval script. But I'm writing W's. And W's are not a medieval letter. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara. Congratulations on getting home. Congratulations on getting home. I hope you are not dying. I give you the shout out, Kara. I give you a little shout out. Kara is a dear friend. Kara is a dear friend. A dear but very busy friend. You have another grab emote. Yes, thank you, Cherry Emojis. I actually really love W's as letters. A lot of my favorite letters are in different scripts are W's. I really love the Batard W. I really love the Batard W. It might be like my favorite letter overall. And also V's are also not going to be in Gothic. I forgot about that. V's are also not in Gothic. Or J's. You're being really, really strict about it. You would just use for all of U, V, and U, V, and J are all later additions. J's do look cool, but you would use I's for J's. So Jehovah, right? The god Jehovah would be written famously if you've watched Indiana Jones, right? In Latin, Jehovah begins with an I. Cosmo Krill's first chime chat. Quick Brown Fox was writing practice first, documented back in 1885. And then the telegraph test phrase was, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog's back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Ah, okay. I mean, that's better memory than I have. I did assume that it was an older letter than its original. I didn't think it was invented for the telegraph. But I did think it was used for that, right? That it was popularized in that context. And there's a couple of other pangrams, and the three that I like. Yeah, cherry emojis. It would be like that. And medieval English writing is very challenging to read. There's very little punctuation. Things are very tightly spaced. There's a lot of ornamentation. Oh my goodness, hold on, let me finish this R. Mara Evantree, thank you for the raid. I did notice you've been over on Twitch. I've caught a couple of your streams, Mara. Where the words look the same rotated. I have done a couple of those. Oh, hold on, let me give Mara the shout out. Mara Evantree. You were doing Golf with Friends? I love Golf with Friends. Golf with Friends is legitimately one of my favorite games. It is one of the few games I'm like actually kind of okay at. I'm usually very bad at video games, but Golf with Friends I'm usually all right at. But yes, Mara, I hope that Golf with Friends was really good. Folks, Mara's delightful. Mara has been a long time follower of mine, and she's I think the moment that if people do have heard of Mara Evantree before, it's probably from the time that you taught Iron Mouse about foot fetishes. Kirby Kingship, thank you for the follow. But yes, hello, GUHJI, and hello, of course, to Mara, and hello to all of the other raiders, and hello to Kirby Kingship. And folks, obviously, Mara, if you need to raid and run, you are absolutely free to do. GUHJI, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for trusting your community with me. If you need to raid and run, please do so. But for the raiders, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online for money, as I say. And I am doing calligraphy today. It is my main art form. Oh, I didn't want to pull that one out. That's the wrong pen. Where did I put the black pen? There it is. There it is. Yeah, there we go. But yes, how was the golf with friends? Was it, were you just doing regular golf with friends, or were you doing insane stuff? Were you doing it? Oh, I got socked. I didn't see the sock. Oh, hold on. Mara might not have seen this. I know some people have seen this, but some, you're very bad at golf with friends. Oh no. But please rest your throat. That's really important for you. Mara sings, so it's very valuable for her to pay attention to her throat. But yes, Mara might not have seen this, and obviously some of the people who are new here have not seen this. So I am a sock right now, right? I'm a sock. The sock is real. I have a physical sock. Yeah, it's so good. Yes, it's real. Hello, 1000 skeletons. Yes, this is what I actually look like. Yes. Yeah. No, this is by so Lady Saffron. Lady Saffron made this. Made both the model and the sock. Saf made me the model, and then I said I was actually hoping for the physical version of the sock, and then she made the physical version of the sock. Yeah, Almanta's face reveal. Yeah. Let me because let me link Saf, because Saf is there we go. Saf is not on Twitch. So if you want a sock, if you want the sock model, she will do the sock model. If you want the hand sock, that's a little bit more hard to coordinate. Yeah, it was Saffron. It's actually a really good clip. Hold on. No, I accidentally opened Steam. Fuck. There's actually a really good clip of let's go find it. Clip. I need to make a little database of my favorite clips. Because this one was really good. Yeah. The sock is responsible for a pretty large percentage of my it was a donathon. It was a subathon reward for my very first subathon. And they actually hit the reward while Saf was guesting on my stream. Saf was literally on stream when the sock got redeemed, and so she also has a sock model. So you can see the two of us socking side by side in that one. But yes. 5 dozen liquor jugs. Ink is coming through a little bit. Oh, the ink is quite dry on this. This is quite low on ink. Let's fill it back up. Let's fill it up. But no, Saf is a dear friend. Saf is a very dear friend. I have a lot of affection for her. Oh, hold on just a second. Okay, the timers are working. That's good to know. Vander himself and Harpy Hair. Harpy Hare. Thank you for the follows. Your ears itch so bad? What do you mean your ears itch so bad? What does that mean? Hello, Legio. Hello, Legio _ Hello. I was actually just showing off that the sock is real. I will put it back on briefly before I use the syringe. But yeah, the sock is real. I've got a real version of the sock. It's one of my prized possessions. This is one of my prized possessions. I love it so much. Oh, Mara, do you have the Yeah, the sock. I love the sock so much. I mean we have to get Saf. We have to get Saf involved. Mara, are you I apologize if this is a weird question. There's no way for this not to be a weird question. But Mara, I didn't do you have the dry earwax thing? Do you have dry earwax? Because like that's a genetic thing. Like that's a genetic thing. Most you have wet and dry. Okay. So people who don't know this, people might not know this because it's a kind of interesting thing. If you're watching like anime and stuff and they're talking about ear cleaning, and you're wondering what the hell is happening, because like I don't need to do that, right? Like I'm a white person. White people very rarely need to actually clean their earwax. If you have wet earwax, if you have wet type earwax, you pretty much never need to clean your earwax out. But if you have dry earwax, which most East Asian people do, the vast majority of East Asian people do, and vast majority of people who are not East Asian don't have dry earwax. Then, like, if you have dry earwax, you need to have somebody manually clean out your ears. It's something you have to do like regularly. And again, you know, if you're vast majority of people on the planet don't need to do it. If you're white, black, Hispanic, etc., you don't really have to do it. But most East Asians do. I just think it's kind of interesting, and I thought, yeah, okay. I was like, Mara, I thought you were black. So I was like, am I? It's like a very rude question for a white person to ask, but also, yeah, Kyra, that will do it. Yeah, if you wear earplugs 8 hours a day, 3 days a week, if you're wearing earplugs that much, yeah, that's gonna do it. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. That's more normal. Speaking of wet versus dry, this is a very wet ink. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I mean, who knows? Maybe you do, somehow. I don't know. It's, genetics are weird like that. I definitely have an ancestor who is cheating on her husband. Makes ear cleaning nasty. Oh my goodness. Oh, and you're adopted. Okay. I mean, you can ask. You just won't get much of an answer. Hold on. My glasses are filthy. Yeah, Irish is a pretty safe bet if you live in these United States. Irish is a pretty safe bet. Okay, so a while ago, Matthew asked, Matthew, this is Matthew commissioned a sentence, so we're doing a commission. I think I'm good. Oh, hold on, not. There we go. Now I'm good at that D. Uh, potato people. Yeah, the potato people. It is crazy that us Irish have managed to claim the potato person moniker when like it's like the potato people have to be the Peruvians, right? Like we're just stealing valor from the Peruvians. And thank you, Legio. Thank you. Just checking. Uh, Tokboki and Colby. Oh, hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil the Moth. Literally already shouted you out today. Hold on. Literally shouted you out once. What's your favorite food, Squish? It's bitches. Uh, hello. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. I will give you another shout out, though. I know what you're doing. I know what you were doing. Oh, I've been rate limited. I'm being rate limited by Switch. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sybil the Moth is very smart. Is very bright. She is one of the smartest VTubers out there. And she was watching. She was doing one of the smartest things to be doing on Twitch.tv, which is rebroadcasting Canadian public television, and talking about it. In which case, it was Lex, which I think several of the other VTubers in here will appreciate. I think that Mara and some other people here might appreciate Lex. Lex might be the horniest science fiction television show that ever got made, that ever managed to make it onto air. So it's pretty cool. Lex is pretty cool. One of Canada's great contributions. Lex is like Farscape but completely insane. Substantially hornier, which is pretty funny because I feel like Farscape was already pretty horny. But obviously, Sybil, if you need to raid and run from a hard, long day of convincing people that Lex rules, you are absolutely welcome to do so. And for the raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Oh my goodness, I forgot about one of my rules. I only just remembered it. Raiders get a free use of the Write Something redeem. Raiders get a free redeem of Write Something, so I will, if you want me to write something, Sybil or Mara, please just let me know. And also, obviously, Denpa, if you are still here, but Denpa, it's been an hour, so I wouldn't be too surprised if you had boogied out of here. Oh my goodness, we're in ads. We're in ads right now. I guess I'm just going to let it roll. I'm going to let it rip. I normally like to show off the fan art while I'm on ads. But in fact, actually, I'm going to do that for the last 2 minutes of those, so enjoy the ads. But for the Raiders, I like to have the fan art up because I feel like I'm being mean to people by keeping them from watching me. So I'll let the fan art go up, and I will get a little bit of a stretch in. It's very important for me to stretch while I'm doing Calligraphy streams. So I'll be back very shortly. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. I took the opportunity to I apologize for the last second there. But hey, it's Sen. It's Sen. It's underscore Sen is my model artist. Shout out, it's Sen. Why did I do this as a shout out? I made an entire custom command for this to send people to your VGen, which is way more useful. So yeah, it's Sen. Sensational is my model artist. He's been an absolute pleasure to work, with. He has been an absolute pleasure to work with, and so I always enjoy getting to work with him. And I think he did an absolute banger job on my model. And if you are one of the folks who came here because of what was happening over on Twitter, he's the guy who did the hard part. Took the risk and cleaned the ear that was itching so bad. Good. I'm grateful. I'm grateful, Mara. Yeah, no. Sen and I have been working together for over a year now. For like, I wonder when did I first commission you? It was in the fall of 23, I think. So it'll be 2 years in a couple months. Yes. Yeah, our anniversary. Yeah. So I think my first stream on this model was in June, which will be a bit tricky because I think I will be going to Off-Kai like right around then. I think almost all of my major anniversaries are all on the 20th of different months. So like my first stream ever was May 20th. My very first stream ever was May 20th. I think my model debut was around June 20th. And I know my very first I know affiliates is October 20th. Affiliate is October 20th. So a bunch of 20ths. Does anything? I remember some things pretty well. Literally took me hours to remember a friend's name recently. So like, somehow the cable of my tablet decided to combust. Yeah, Pekko Neko, I'm sorry to hear that. I am very sorry to hear that. One of my favorite, which reminds me, I have had that happen, right? I have had that happen, and it was actually while I was streaming. I was streaming Crusader Kings 3 with Lady Saffron, and in the middle of the collab, her computer melts, and my computer lit on fire. The first commission was submitted August 26th, 2023. Yeah, okay. So in the summer is when we got, and that was the model design. That was a bad P. I apologize, Matthew. I'm not happy with this P. Well, and folks who aren't familiar with my cadence of speech, I am comfortable with making mistakes. If I say I feel like I did a bad job on a letter form or I missed a stroke or something like that, I don't tend to get that upset about it. That's just signs I've got room to improve. Oh no, people were reacting to the fact that my computer died when my computer died. Yeah. The power supply on my computer lit on fire. In the middle of the collab, and Saf's computer had like already died earlier in the collab. It was really goofy. Like she just like falls out of the stream, and then I get a text from her. There's a certain extent to that, right? That like the more I know, the more I can notice when I don't like what I've been doing, right? And I think that happens with everybody. With any art form where you get kind of good at it, right? Oh, hold on. Mr. Culture 2020, thank you for the follow. Laptop cord lit on fire recently in the school library. Yeah, that happens. That happens. And hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. I love Kirill. I only caught like 2 seconds of your stream, Kirill. I hope it was well. Orc Florist. Orc Florist is pronounced Kirill. You're very tired. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Orc. Mr. Florist. Thank you, Sen. Thank you, Sen. I feel crazy that you are enjoying watching my art when you are so incredibly talented. When you are so talented. Perfect cooldown, boy. That's very sweet of you to say, Mara. That's very sweet of you to say. That's part of what I tried to do. That is part of what I really tried to do. I might break it out again and talk about like my streaming philosophy, but I've got a whole PowerPoint that I have a whole thing on my streaming philosophy, and one of my major inspirations is Bob Ross. I It's not the real reason why I don't stream on weekends. The real reason I don't stream on weekends is because I'm very busy on weekends. But I do sometimes joke that the reason I don't stream on weekends is because Bob Ross streams on weekends. Yes, you may. You may. Sybil, I'm about to finish this one up, so I'll be starting on it pretty soon. So yeah. What you got for me, Sybil? Get this in here. I'm just gonna finish this up, and then I'll read what you're writing. I'm looking right at my page right now, but I see that you wrote something. I mean, cherry emojis. That's it. That's it. That's fundamentally it. That is that is what about Bob Ross inspires me. That Bob Ross has, that is doing a calming presence while also being educational, right? It's this is a thing that I think about a lot in this space. I don't know if it was you, Cherry Emojis, or Bumblebug. I think it was Bumblebug brought up the question about cozy games earlier. And a thing that I have noticed from the cozy gaming sphere is that unfortunately, quite a few cozy game devs seem to not really respect their audience very much. And they make boring, bad games, but because they hit the right set of cozy, atmospheric indicators, they still have a market that still buys it and then doesn't notice that they've bought a bad game until way past the Steam return window. And I think this is an unfortunate thing. It's something that I definitely try to react against. Something I definitely don't want to be a participant in. I want my streams to be simultaneously interesting and calming. Right? I want them to be cozy but not boring. Is something I think is very, very important to my streaming. And okay, let me. Sorry, my camera is a little bit unstable right now. Okay, there we go. I think it should be fine now. And let's get this party started. By the way, Matthew, here is yours. I will scan or take photos afterwards, so that people will see these. Let's see, how do I undo the U? Hey Jazzahal, hey Jazzahal. If you got out of the gut saying this shit cozy AF, yeah. So comfy maxing, chicken jockey, yeah. Yeah, I just try to I don't know, like I said, I try to keep a certain tone, right? I mean, some are poorly made, but I think most of the time might just not be for you. That's fine. Just making sure I've got my windows set up in a way where I can look at what Sybil has requested. See, I definitely notice if I feel like a game is wasting my time. That I notice very quickly. That I notice very quickly. If a game feels like it is wasting my time, and like I'm not like placing a high value on my time. Like I have 3,000 hours of Warframe, right? Like I clearly don't have that high of a priority on my time. Well, so for me, the games that like it really gets to me are big AAA games. Are the games where it like really gets under my skin, like your GTA's and stuff like that. The games like GTA where it's like I want to get to the part of the gameplay that I care about. Ooh, thank you, Sybil, for giving me an opportunity to do a Gothic capital S. Mr. Soti3, thank you for the follow. I really like the Gothic capital S. At least this one. Yeah, that's kind of my thing, right? Like, I tend to like games that have like a certain amount of direction to them. Because I want to have no goal. That's what my real life is like, right? And I've been socked again. Hello, Satine. Hello, Satine Fiore. Hello, hello, hello. You're so wet for Gothic capital S. It's really good. It's really good. Gothic capital S is really good. Gothic in general has a lot of really good capitals, but the capital S is one I really like. Can you write burn ointment? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I love the sock model. I love the sock model. I love the sock model. Yeah, sir, that's kind of where I wind up a lot of the time. I like my games to have like a sense of direction. Sense of direction and focus. Take some little bit note here. Oh, and Nix _ Akama 13. Thank you for the follow. Mara, have you played 1000 X Resist? Uh, 1000 X Resist is a 3D visual novel, where about a future, a post-apocalyptic future where the only surviving humans are one Chinese Canadian girl and clones of that one Chinese Canadian girl. And in many ways, it's asking a lot of questions, but one of those questions is, what if the thing you had to reconstruct all of human civilization was one not very nice teenage girl? What if that was the center of your society, was one high school bully? It is legitimately one of the best written games I've ever played. It like unambiguous. Yeah, it's not the right game for a drunk stream. No, this is not the right game for a drunk stream. Let me write it in. 1000 X Resist is up there with Perfect Tides. 1000 X Resist and Perfect Tides are probably the two best written video games I've ever played. I'd actually really compare 1000 X Resist to Kentucky Route Zero. Is actually a game I'd really compare it to. I think it's very fair to compare it to Kentucky Route Zero. I think it's amazing. There we go. The Kentucky Route the last chapter of Kentucky Route Zero is really good, Jazzahol. I think the best one is probably it's the one that everybody says is the best one. There's a reason why everyone says says that one is the best chapter. But the bar interstitial is insane. But the last chapter is probably the next best one. The first chapter, last chapter, and the bar interstitial are so good. Sybil, if you don't mind me asking, where is this from? Is this from Becky Chambers? R.I.P. Amara. Let's adjust my chair a little bit more. Okay, I did revamp my entire setup for my streaming setup, and I'm honestly really happy about it right now. Honestly, very, very happy right now about what I've done. Even though, hold on, that's not super great. But the stability on the camera is way better. Yeah, Satine, what's up? What's up? What's up? There's V Bridger. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Cookie Run Kingdom. What type of cookie would you be? It's just silly. Like, Sybil, this is good writing. Sybil, this is good. This is good poetry. You did good here. You did good here. What kind of cookie would you be? So, people who have met me in real life or otherwise know me, might know that my signature cookie, the cookie that I make most frequently, is Mexican chocolate snickerdoodles. They are chocolate snickerdoodles with cayenne, and cinnamon and a little bit of nutmeg, and they are a very interesting cookie in my experience, because if I give them these cookies to millennials or Gen Xers, they pretty much always love them. And most Zoomers like them as well. If I give them to children and boomers, they hate them. Hello, Pertation in space. Hold on, I did that wrong. Pertatoin space. There you go. Pertatoin space. Yeah, spice snickerdoodle cookie. People, I don't know if you were at MagFest and if you met me at MagFest, you got some. And I know why the little kids hate them. Little kids hate them because they're too spicy, right? Like, little kids have very, very low spice tolerance. Like, whatever. I don't worry about it too much. The fact that all the boomers I talk to fucking hate it and they think I just, like, made a mistake is fascinating. Genuinely really fascinating. Like, I've had quite a few old people tell me that they thought I, like, made a mistake. They'd be like, I think you may have, like, mixed up some, like, chili pepper in your cookies. It's like, yes, that was very on purpose. I really did that on purpose. MagFest is music and arts gaming festival in not music and arts gaming, music and gaming festival. It is a con in Maryland. And I met some folks there. This happened because I wanted it to. Yeah, yeah, right. It's like it's the rare expression of deliberate of actual volition from me. Um. You've never seen it? Yeah, yeah. It's the almond. Is it the almond model right now? I'm sorry, I don't have the right. Yes, this is the almond. This is the almond. Yeah, this is the almond. It's the almond model. It's almond. It's almond toss. Yeah, it's a great one. It's a great one. I love it. Jazzahol, there are a ton that are unimplemented. I have an entire chart. I have an entire list of unimplemented, of as yet unimplemented terrible model puns. I can the one that I like that is I have to type it out. And Kasuri Rinen, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. Those ones are currently unimplemented. Those ones are currently unimplemented. Yeah, it's not implemented, Satine. Don't get too excited. It doesn't exist yet. You remember this class in your graphic design course? Interesting. Ooh, Almantas is that one. That one I've actually made. Rule 63. Is that the gender swap rule? Is that the gender swap rule? Okay, okay. Because there is a design. There is a design for there are at least two fan arts of me that are gender swapped. Maybe three. But gender swap Almantas has been designed. Does exist. I have not commissioned a model for it because it's expensive. Grand Almantas. This one doesn't need to be sharpened because this is steel. This is a steel fountain pen. If I were using a reed stylus, I would have to use a knife. I would have to use a knife. But I do not have that. I have I've got fountain. I'm using fountain right now because it's the easiest. And I've got some dips, and I do have some markers. The markers are actually kind of the easiest, but I don't trust them. But I don't have a reed calligraphy pen, or I obviously don't have a feather one. We're doing on time. Yeah. Oh, this is okay, you have to lie down, Mara. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Mara. I will get you. I will get you. I will get your burn ointment. What are we writing today? So, Custody Renan, these are commissions / redeems. That we have not done very much. My plan is to start working on the text of the poem Sympathy. Is to start working on the text of the poem Sympathy by Dunbar, which folks probably are familiar with, at least in passing, because the opening line is, "I know what the caged bird feels, alas." This is where the phrase, I know why the caged bird sings, comes from. Sometimes people attribute it to Maya Angelou, but no, it's not. Maya Angelou took the title of her biography, her autobiography, from the poem. Like, she was making a reference. She was making a literary reference to an existing piece of poetry. And so that was my plan for today. We might not get very much done at the rate that we're going. And Satine, so far when I have done things with owl invocations, I have used literal photographs of owls. And it's very funny to me. Hold on, let me finish this up, and I'll let me finish up at least the next word we find. Because I know that Mothy is sleepy. I know that Sybil's sleepy, so I don't wanna keep her up too late, waiting on her delivery. On her delivery of fine, succulent calligraphy. Yeah, my plan for Almantas was to have a photorealistic, hello, Blue, was to have a photorealistic owl, and just have it rigged. Which I think is very funny. I think that's very, very funny. But I would need to get it rigged, or I'd need to learn how to rig myself. We've got some options. Madoka Magica style now. That did not occur to me. X Platinum, thank you for the follow. Blue, this is really annoying for me. Of me. I am really bad at remembering anything biology. So whenever I think about which owls are good for me, I end up actually having to ask Vexing Cat. I'm always like, "Hey Vex, what owl was that that we were talking about?" I always think great horned, but apparently there are some owls that work better. I literally don't know what they are. I literally don't know the names of them. I can only really remember great horned owls and barn owls. And as I like barn owls, like, I think barn owls are extremely beautiful animals, but I don't think they quite have the same vibe as me. Yeah, I do want the ones with like the pointy with the ear ones. I think we're going for similar looks. I think we're going to like similar looks. Well, I think a lot of the reason why people think I look like an owl is because of the eyebrows. So like the ones that have like the oh wow, it's a terrible N. I apologize, Sybil. Holy crap. I just oof. Uh Fumble. All right, Bumblebugs, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. Have a lovely night, and I appreciate you stopping by at all. So I'm just going to pull up a couple of images. So this was a recent thumbnail for when I did Bokura with my friend Mabel. So this was one that so this is an owl. I still have the picture around. And this one I thought was really funny. And you think this was good? You think this was good? Yeah, she has a pigeon. She's an otter. I don't know why somebody made a pigeon art of her, but it was actually really funny. I was making the thumbnails and I couldn't get a hold of her while I was working on it, so I went to her server because me and Mabel are in each other's discords. We're active. I'm active in her community at least. And so I was looking for like a good picture of her that had transparent background, and this was the one I found, was the one of her as a pigeon. And so also so when I did Monster Prom a couple weeks ago with Vex and Ronan and Nyano. Satine, if you are in my server, put those in the suggestions. Please put those in the suggestions because that would be really helpful. That'd be really, really helpful. But yeah, this one was the thumbnail's really, I love this thumbnail a lot. I'm really happy about this thumbnail. We had like a meeting about this thumbnail. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. But yeah, we had like a meeting about this one. Yeah, the Ronin Hamter is an existing one that's been around for a while. This Vex, the me and Vex were new for this, but like I had this vision, right, that like all of us would be realistic animals except for Nyano, who's just a cat. That's just what he looks like at IRL. That's just actual Nano. And then and so yeah, so Vex is a golden tiger, and Ronin is a hamster, and I am some variety of owl. I am some variety of owl. But yeah. I thought this was deeply funny. I thought this was deeply, deeply funny. The hamster. Yeah, the hamster. Not a hamster, a hamster. Hamster. I am very, very, I am very proud of that one. I'm owl coded. That's what I would say. I'm very owl coded. I'm owlish. And of course I could try to get myself in trouble and just literally use the owl from Ocarina of Time. Okay, I didn't like my bee here, but so I can do better here. Mara, I know you said that you would be laying down. I am now doing your redeem. That's a better bee. Yeah, the owl from Ocarina of Time is diabolical. Yep. Much like the owl from Ocarina of Time, you can stunlock me into repeating myself a million times over and over and over again. Oh, that's pretty brutal. Yeah. I've had. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's very rough. I really hope I do justice to the capital O. There's a couple ways to do the capital O. But yeah, I feel like the owl that people are most thinking of might actually literally be that owl or the owl from Winnie the Pooh. When people say that they feel like I'm very owl-like. Just looks kind of angry. Yeah. Yeah. I do feel like my model does sometimes look a little bit more angry than I actually am. Like, goofy option for Almantas is a very goofy one is the Athenian flag owl. My ends are doing terribly today. Holy moly. I'm gonna try to cover up that N a little bit. But yes, Mara, if you happen to be available still, here is yours. Here's yours. There we go. There's my... I'm gonna grab another sheet of paper. And then we can get started on the main event for today in a moment. Just going to let that one sit there and percolate on the screen. Let's turn off Lightbox Goon. There we go. Lightbox Goon is off, so you can kind of see more what these look like on more natural light. It's a good O. It's a good O. Thank you. Thank you, Sybil. It's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. Take a big ol'... some big old chugs of water. I do need to work on my cadels. I don't have a good grasp of cadels, and the good book for learning cadels has been out of stock everywhere I've looked. It's very annoying. That's very kind of you, Cherry Emojis. Thank you. I do feel like my Gothic is pretty good. Gothic is very unforgiving as these things go. If I show off like Insular, for example, or even Betard, even Fractor is more forgiving than Gothic. Traditional blackletter Gothic is very unforgiving. It's a lot of right angles and parallel lines, and they're straight lines. And I don't know if you've noticed this about your fingers, but your fingers don't really move so much in straight lines. They curl. And they curve. And mine curve more than most, right? I've got curvy fingers. Yeah, so it's yeah, curvy fingers. And so it's hard to make straight lines. It's hard to make like really, really straight lines. It's hard to make very even straight lines. And when you mess it up, it's very obvious is the big thing. It's very, very obvious that you have made a mistake. So let's put that away. And then bring... Oh, hold up. There we go. That's where I want it. And let's... No, let's do it on the other side. Tap, 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 tap. I wonder how much of my life I have spent tapping sheets of paper to get them to align properly. I feel like it's a pretty large percentage of my entire life. So, then let's get in there and pin it. Manually unpinned or end of stream. Yes, there we go. There we go. That reminds me that I still need to do the editing stream. That there was a subathon reward for the most recent one. Mino VT, thank you for the follow. MIINO-VT. And let's move the camera around a little bit. There we go. Let's see how this works on the spacing. Oh, that's very wet ink. You have done it 1,000 times. I mean, I'm an editor in my other job, right? I do a lot of editing. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to show it off. Though at the rate I'm going, I'll never get around to it. I did a pretty good job on my first subathon rewards, but for the second subathon, we're not nearly as good. Not nearly as large a percentage of it completed. I do nonfiction. I work with nonfiction mostly. I actually don't do a lot with fiction. I just kind of understand fiction less well and have less of a eye for it. So I mostly worry with nonfiction. So, clarity of expression and layout of ideas, that tends to be more what I worry about as an editor. A lot of economics, a lot of politics, a fair amount of history. That tends to be, and a lot of reviews. Oh yeah, no, that's something I want to do. That's something I want to do, but I need volunteers. I need guinea pigs. I'm not going to use stuff from my job, right? I'm not going to do that. That's I need volunteers to be willing to have their work edited on stream. I could just also use my own work, right? Because as a writer, I get published fairly frequently, but I am a very... Oh. Grim! Grim, hold on a second. Grim, hello, hello, hello. Let me get the shout out to Grim Glassman. Let me get the shout out to Grim Glassman. Shoot out. Grim Glassman. I know what Grim Glassman was doing, but I may as well say it. Hello, yeah, makers and crafting, of course. Hello, hello, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. We are about to get hit by ads, as a heads up. Welcome in to Grim and the Raiders. I mostly do calligraphy. As you can see here I'm doing calligraphy right now, and I do lots of calligraphy, and I do lots of miniatures painting, and I play some video games from time to time. And today I am going to be doing, as I linked in the pinned tweet, the poem Sympathy by Dunbar. There's no way I'm getting through the entire thing tonight. That's just like such a low possibility of me actually getting out the whole thing at the rate that I am doing it. How was the stained glass making? For people who don't know, Grim Glassman does stained glass art. He does literal physical stained glass. And I can pull up the piece he did of me. It is in the fan art gallery, but this is Grim's work on me. This is Grim's interpretation of me. How big is this piece, Grim? I think you said it was like 10 or 12 inches wide. Hello, Lorenzo DeBoss. And obviously, Grim, you know if you need to raid and run. Oh, and there's also Stressed Owl. Stressed Owl has also done some very good art of me. Stressed Owl has also done some very good art of me. Stressed Owl, I do have some DMs to answer from you, I apologize. But Stressed Owl has also done some very good art of me. People asked about Rule 63 Almantas, and Stressed Owl did 2 different designs of me. Okay, go enjoy your dog walk, Satine. Enjoy your dog walk. Enjoy your dog walk. You are about to get hit by ads. Ads are coming in like 3 minutes. Yeah. This is the usually I hear MILF Montas is what people say. Usually people say MILF Montas for this one. Yeah, the Gilf Montas, yeah. Yeah, of course. But yes. So Grim did that stained glass of me that is amazing and beautiful, and I hope that you can do a better version. But yes, we are about to get hit by ads. But yes, thank you, Grim, for trusting your community with me, and if you are still here, if you have not already left, if you would like a free write something redeem, you are entitled to it. I do give that as a reward for the raiders, for the people who raid me. So you can choose, but if you're already gone, don't worry about it. Well, you can't worry about it because you're gone. That said, I think it is time for me to run an ad break and get a little bit of a stretch in, because I love doing calligraphy, but it does require that I stretch my back pretty frequently, or else I will die. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. I'm back. I am back. I am back. I am back. Pekon Neko. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well, Mr. Neko. And Vedicom, of course I remember you. Of course I remember you, Vedicom. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that you are doing well. Vedicamo is the person who dragged me to actually make a Discord. So, you know, before Vedicamo insisted on it, I did not have a Discord. I am going to... hold on, I'm just going to look for... Oh, what did you use? Shit, that one shouldn't be there. I don't know what that does. I don't know what that does. Unless you wanted me to name something after you somehow, or I can refund it. Write something. Oh, that's a bit redeem right now. That's a bit redeem right now, Zamiel Payne is 100 bits for that one right now. Let me get to the dashboard. Dashboard and refund you. Let's stream manager, and where is it? Mod actions. I don't need mod actions. I need activity feed. No, I don't. I need where is it? Where is it? Queue. Write some... No, not write something. Where is it? Where is it? Name something after me. Reject and refund. There you go. Yeah, you can refund. You can refund. Let me disable it as well while I'm thinking about this. Let me disable it as well while I'm thinking about this. You have convinced me to go in here. I want write something disabled on purpose. Hydrate has to be redeemed on purpose. Workout time should be enabled. I was wondering why the heck workout time hadn't come up. And history star should also be enabled. And that one should also be enabled. Let's enable some other ones here. And name something after me should be disabled. There we go. You have to find... Mods can. You have to get yourself to the reward request queue, which is not the most obvious thing to find. That's the reason why this took me a minute, was because it's like... It's not actually super obvious to find. So let me close that one down. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's through the stream manager. It's a bit of a pain in the neck. Okay, let's get back to writing. And I'm a sock. Thank you for sock. Yes, absolutely. It is hashtag Almantas. Yeah, it's the light panel. Yes, that's its team name is the light panel. But yeah, it's Lightbox Coon. Yes, Cosmo Crow. I mean, if you are making, that's always very flattering to me when people make fan art of me. It's always extremely flattering to me. So I mean, that's very delightful. Doing this a little bit off kilter. That's no bueno. It should be it should be on a timer, should bring it up, but it's 100 bits. It's 100 bits, Zamiel. I am sorry that you've had such a crazy time, Vedicamo. My life has been relatively calm. The last couple of weeks were very eventful, but overall it's been pretty calm. Overall it's been pretty calm. And how long is stream going to be? I don't really have a plan for that. We're at 2 hours and I feel fine. Calligraphy streams do tend to be a little bit shorter than gaming streams. They take a little bit more out of me. Interesting. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You do see a new redeem. Excellent. And you ended up drawing some more? Excellent, Mara. Excellent, Mara. I am going to... Hold on a second. Did you get to see your redeem? I will bring it up right now because I want to see about grabbing... I'm going to grab a different paper. I'm going to grab different paper. So, here's your burn ointment down here. Give me just a second. All right. I'm going to just do a quick side-by-side comparing the two papers. It's not going to make a big difference. It's not going to make a big difference. It's just, the Strathmore is not... It's not a big enough difference between the Strathmore and the, Midori. It's not a big enough difference. How am I going to deal with this? How am I going to square this circle? Because this isn't like enormously too long. It's not like enormously too long. So I know what the cage bird feels, alas, will not fit, and that is not the longest line. When the wind stirs soft through the springing grass is the longest line. Might want to do it sideways. So I don't mind burning through the Midori paper a little bit faster than I intended. No, I could do that, but it's going to compound, and it's going to be like every line is going to be 75% on one line. And it's going to end up looking... It's going to be too much. If it's only like one line where I have to do that, it can sometimes be kind of cool. But I'm going to do this technique, which I don't love, but it will work. So let's indent very, very slightly. It will use up a ton of paper. It will burn through paper like crazy. And let's... And Lightbox Coon, boom, flashbang. Very happy with that capital I right now. Let's pull in here. There we go. It is a somewhat yellowish color, yeah. It is a slightly yellowish color. The lighting does make it look a little bit more so, and I can definitely make it even more so. There we go. Right, like I can cycle the colors on my overhead lamp. But yeah, it is actually a creamy yellow. All right. Favorite way to consume potatoes? My favorite potato dish of late is curried and roasted and then dipped in a tahini, garlic, and lemon juice sauce. I usually just store it. I usually just store it at Vetacamo. Sometimes I end up throwing it away. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Good morning. Good morning, EA. I don't uniformly do it, but I tend to scan and photograph it. I have experimented with mixing origami and calligraphy, but I haven't gotten very far with those experiments. And hello, Ryan the Space God. Good morning to you. Good morning. The powdered mix is basically easily made hash browns. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Matthew. Latke are good. Latke are pretty good. Run to more at other streams than here. That happens. That happens. I mean, so last week I basically didn't stream, right? Last week I functionally didn't stream. I I was way too busy offline to get in any streams. But yeah, I've been on Mabel's recently. I am fairly frequent with Miss Reiju. Who else have I collabed with her recently? I mean, I've collabed with Alex pretty recently, but that was on my channel. I think I've given a few recipes for cookies away. I've certainly given away a lot of actual cookies. But I'm a little bit cagey about some of my cookie recipes because they're from other people's cookbooks, and I feel bad about like giving away people's cookbooks. Yes, yes, yes. Those ones are from the cookbook cookies in vegan cookies and invade your cookie jar. You did disappear earlier. I did not hear about the App Olympics tournament, which I don't know what that means. Do not know what the Ab Olympics is. Oh. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, Nyanomancer. I can. It would suck. It would be very miserable. It would be very miserable. At Ryan. There we go. But how you doing, Yano? How are you doing, Mr. Mancer? Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. How long was I a professor for? My total teaching experience, including professoring, is like 20 years. Like 20 years. But no, I just didn't notice that. I'm sorry. And hello, thank you for the 3 months. Uwu owu snuggy wuggy nya nya. I do not play Hoyoverse games. I am not a gambling man. I am not a gambling man. Grim Glassman, you might also know this person as Tohu Bohu. Femboy underscore Mercy. I'm sorry, I apologize, I missaid that. Femboy underscore Mercy. Thank you for the follow. I don't have an excuse for you. I know what Tohu Bohu's name is. Yeah, you're usually Tohu, but you are currently Uwu Owo Snuggy Wuggy Nya Nya. And you're getting the full treatment every time. But yeah, I don't play the Hoyo. I have not played any Hoyo games. They don't really strike me very much. My exposure to the Hoyoverse games is almost entirely EG. My good friend EG, who some of you might know. Some of you might know EG. EG is a VTuber who does. They are an art professor. They're an art teacher, and they do character design critiques. They do character design critiques on stuff like and they all do Hoyoverse games pretty quickly. Pretty frequently, not quickly. Pretty frequently. They'll do Hoyoverse games. Yeah, that's yeah, but I am pretty averse to JRPGs in general. It's actually something of a bit of an irony as a streamer that I don't think I'm that picky with my game taste. I think I've got a pretty wide net of games that I like. But the genres that kind of turn me off the most are like the most popular ones, right? I hello, Miss Mochivius. Hello. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you for the compliment. Trying to implement my principle that Gothic looks way better when it's crowded. You don't want to give the Gothic room to breathe. Yeah, it's just kind of funny that the games that I kind of find the least compelling and interesting are like AAA action RPGs and JRPGs. Like those are like so popular for VTubers. I can see the clips, but you might want to you might want to share them here, Fetacamo. You can also share them in the Discord if you have access to them, but they will not automatically share here. They will not automatically share here unless you use the clip command. You've been trying to catch a stream for a while since. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mr. Machovius. And Mr. Underscore Patel, welcome in. Need to work. Okay. Enjoy work. Survive work. Many of us do not have the. I don't know if you have the kind of work that is ever enjoyable. Yeah, you can see I made a mistake right there. Try to survive. Excellent. Good. Please do. Don't die for your bosses. They wouldn't die for you. Okay. So there we go. So that should have. Yeah. So if you just type in exclamation point clip, it should clip. I'm not really going to watch this because it is not. I shouldn't be watching my own clips while I'm streaming, right? That's not great. But yeah, you should be. I don't have links restricted for the moment. So far, people have been good with the links. I so far haven't had problems on that front, so I haven't had to restrict links. So, oh, I screwed up here. That's literally misspelled a word. Oh no, hold on, Nano, are you not going to make it to Offkai? Fuck. Sorry, I try not to swear as much, but that's brutal if I'm going to miss my Nano. Oh, you're just going? You're just going anyway? Good for you. Katana Nature, thank you for the follow. Jello. All right. Thank you. I try. I have been improving quite a bit over the last couple of months. Like I have been doing calligraphy to some extent or another for like almost 20 years, but a lot of that time I haven't been doing it very intensely. Nice. That's so good, Niano. That's so good. Hold on a second. Okay. There's a male mosquito on my paper. Oh, well, it's a male mosquito. Blue, I can tell it's not a female mosquito. It's took me a second to figure out what it was. I thought it might have been a male ant. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. But, like, I can tell it can't suck my blood. So, like, I can't even give a crap. I literally do not hurt flies. I don't hurt flies. I don't hurt cockroaches. I don't hurt mosquitoes. I don't do it. Yeah, this one doesn't have biting. This one doesn't have biting parts. So how did I get the interest in calligraphy? It was actually kind of funny. I am a very heavy note taker. I'm a very, very heavy note taker. Here, let me show you. This is 1 day's worth of kanji practice. I have about 10 of these notebooks filled in the last, like, 6 months. I am a very heavy note taker. I am a very, very heavy note taker. And so in graduate school, I was writing, like... Well, Nando will understand this. Nando will actually understand the severity of this. In graduate school, when I was in graduate school, I would write down 100% of what was said in class by students and teachers. I would write 100% of everything that was said in the classroom. And this got to, and so this is how Nanos, how I compensate for having bad ADHD. That's how I comped for having bad ADHD. It was a huge improvement to my grades when I started doing that. Uh, and so I decided once I started doing that, I was like, you know what? I want to make my headers pretty, right? I show up to class 10 minutes early. I've got some time to write down the headers and the date and stuff like that. Why don't I make them pretty? And I bought a $2 calligraphy marker at the bookstore. So that's how I started on English language calligraphy. I did actually start on Japanese language calligraphy before then. I did start in Japanese language calligraphy before then. Well, Nando, it's there's ways you can improve, right? There's things that improve it. So this is a factor that improves it quite a bit. This is a factor that improves it quite a bit. Is using a high quality fountain pen. That'll make it a lot faster. It just reduces the amount of stress that you have to put on the pen, and so it makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, I learned Japanese calligraphy in when I was studying Japanese when I was younger, because if you study Japanese, and honestly, I think it's true of most languages, if you study Japanese, you will spend some time learning traditional arts. And so, like, we learned several traditional arts at various points. We picked we did like a day learning how to make washi. We learned how to do some Japanese cooking, that kind of stuff. But like, I just really took to calligraphy. Like, calligraphy was something like I didn't just like do it and go like, oh, that was neat. I did calligraphy. I was like, oh, this is really cool. And I picked up my own brush and my own ink and my own washi and started doing calligraphy. I might do a Japanese calligraphy day one of these days. But I'm out of practice. I would need to get back into practicing it before I did that. I have been ignoring Vatakamo because she was sharing an interesting story. Professional talent competition for people with disabilities took third place in your category. Bricklaying, AI control, fruit carving, that rules. Graphic design, plumbing. Excellent. It's okay, Mr. Patu. It's okay, Mr. Patu. Enjoy work. I am usually starting at 10 p.m. US Eastern, so this is the 2.5 hour mark at this point. I will be streaming tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. I will not be streaming Wednesday, my time. I will be doing a Discord movie night on Wednesday. But yeah, so that's kind of how I got started on calligraphy. Was like I was already writing an enormous amount. And then I decided to just make some of it pretty. And so I picked up some library books about calligraphy. I'm largely self-taught, right? I have not had a lot of instructor time. Yes, tomorrow is Streamversary. Tomorrow is Streamversary 2. Second Streamversary. Advanced happy anniversary. Yeah. Yeah, technically today. That's true. Second you finish calligraphy class, your writing went to unreadable curls so quick. I can only imagine. And Stressel, your native language is Russian, right? Folger also comforting because I used to do the same thing, but instead of writing, I used to draw a lot of art. Oh yeah. I mean, it's burnout management is a task, right? Burnout management is a task. Whatever configuration of mental problems I have, have made it so that I don't tend to burn out very frequently. Oh, Maman Casey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't tend to burn out super frequently. Not because of like any like particularly special good reason. It's just I tend to get bored first. I just tend to get bored and do something else before I get too burnt out. Which is good for me as a variety streamer, right? It's a lot of why I am very resistant to being a like very focused streamer. Okay, so I did screw up the spacing on this pretty bad. I did screw up the spacing on this pretty bad. Aw, thank you, Mama, and Kakesi. Thank you. It is something I have worked at for a very long time, and that I love quite a bit. Okay, so this one's actually the longest line of the poem. There we go. When the wind. Only a SpongeBob could do the same. I hear that. Hello, Burbo7. Hello, Burbo7. I hear that referenced a lot, and I've seen the meme. I have seen the meme, but I actually like never watched SpongeBob. Like it's just like after my time. Did so much drawing in school because I didn't want to do anything else. Well, I can my normal. Oh, Princess Ruska. Princess Ruska. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, and I do play some old games. I play some new games. And I paint miniatures, and I talk about history. I talk about history a lot. I am actually surprised at how little I've talked about history today. But yes. Welcome in. So Princess Roska, welcome in, and Average Phantom, welcome in, and obviously Raiders and Princess Roska and others. You are welcome to raid and run if you so choose to do so. How was Final Fantasy XIV? How was Final Fantasy XIV? I have played 14. I have not been active in years. But I did play Final Fantasy XIV for a while. I was a war main. Casual mount farm. Excellent. Alton Irinsi, thank you for the follow. Tan. Try not to spill some water. And hello, Artiaxotl, and Alton Arinsis. Yes. Welcome in. I'll make sure I got that. Artia Sholotl. I think it's supposed to be Arti Axolotl, but I think it's funny to say Artia Sholotl. So that'll happen. Sometimes I'll simply choose the funnier pronunciation of the name that I can credibly do with pronouncing it as literally as possible. Alton Irinsi. Okay, I did get that name correctly. That one I could do. But welcome in. I am just Alton's fine. Just RD is fine as well. So Alton Irinsi and Artia Axolotl. It is. I think it is funny to say the full names. So you're probably gonna get the full names pretty much whenever possible because I find it funny. The other part is that remembering that is actually a pain in the neck. It's actually easier to not remember. It's easier to just say the long thing than to try to keep track. And here, those are not particularly bad because you're just saying like shortened versions of your names. But there's somebody who's like the undead commander, and you're supposed to call him John. And I'm just like, I'm not going to do that. And you guys are getting the kind treatment. One of my regulars is Xanadu. Spelled X_A_N_A_D_U_. And I sometimes do say the entire thing. You just realize how hard your username is pronounced. I try to have a soothing voice. Maman Kakasi. Yeah, Matthew_Rice_Seeker. Yeah. But yes. I hope that you had a lovely time with your casual mount farming. When I played Final Fantasy XIV, I was really just in it to do dungeons. And I was a war main. And I just kind of enjoyed doing dungeons. I really like co-op action games, right? That's like the big thing there, is that like I really like Helldivers and Deep Rock Galactic and Payday and Warframe. Like those are my main games that I will play on like my own devices. Your nickname is Artie and the Animal Axolotl put together. Yeah, and axolotls are cute. And I'm kind of, it's kind of interesting we pronounce it axolotl. Because like it should be axolotl, right? Axolotl. My Nahua is like basically non-existent. I'm like familiar with the concept of Nahuatl. That doesn't mean I pronounce it for worth a damn. I certainly don't speak any Nahua. I don't even know how you say hello in Nahua, but I do recognize axolotl is a Nahua word just from looking at it. I don't think I've played any, Matthew. It's mostly like I tend to prefer PvE over PvP. That said, I did have a period of my life when I was pretty into Apex. I'd have a period of my life when I was pretty into Apex, and on the Discord, we did have a period where we were playing Overwatch pretty regularly. Oaxaca cheese. Yeah. Axolotl. Yeah. Nahua is an indigenous language of Mexico. The word Mexico is from Nahua. I don't like the changes they made to Mecha Break. I feel so sad, but they changed Mecha Break in a way that made it less fun. They made flying too easy for everybody. Like Skybreaker doesn't actually like fly better than like anybody else. It's like it's miserable. It's miserable. Skybreaker's not even the second best flying unit. Last time I played, it was like the fourth best flying unit. It was dreadful. Yeah, they changed the jet propulsion to make it so that like other mechs were better at flying. Yeah, Sky Raider, Welkin just like counters flying units. Welkin can just capture flying units, like can chase down flying units. And Aquila just has better flying mobility than Sky Raider. But just like a lot. It's just like way more mobile than Sky Raider. Yeah. This is admittedly like a couple months out. But yeah, like I loved it so much during the initial closed beta, and then when they did the open beta, I played it for like a couple of days, and it was like, this doesn't feel right. Yeah, no, Welkin's insane. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Axolotl. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. When the wind stirs soft. But yeah, actually, my story with Apex I find kind of funny. So I didn't watch VTubers the traditional way. My experience with VTubers was I got really sick a few years ago. And a bunch of my lesbian friends, have a good night, Stressed Out. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. And a bunch of my lesbian friends were really losing their mind over a streamer named Alexandria, who's a VTuber. And so I was watching some of Alexandria's stuff, and that led me to Cece, who's a good friend of mine now. That's how I found Cece, was through Alexandria. Yes, that is. I haven't watched Alexandria in a while, but that was what she got famous. That's what I knew her for, was that she would join Valorant VC and just absolutely fold her teammates in half, effortlessly crush her teammates. Which was very funny. That led me to CC, and then CC was playing Apex, and I was still quite sick. But like, I normally hate PvP games, but like, I was watching all these streamers play Apex, and I was like, I want to try my hand at this. And I was enjoying Apex for a while. I was enjoying Apex for a while. Is the poem a personal favorite? It's a personal favorite, Archibald. It's a personal favorite. Nobody requested this one. If somebody did request this one, I would have expected a somewhat fatter commission than 100 bits for doing even this far. Axolotl. Yeah. Yeah, I would blankly Mama Casey. I recommend these. These are pilot parallels. I recommend specifically, hold on. Let me pull it out here. For a start point, this one, the 3.8. The 3.8 millimeter pilot parallel, this with the green cap, is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Easy to recommend, good place to start. I don't recommend starting with the smaller ones. The 1.5 in particular is really, really finicky. But I would recommend the I recommend the 3.8 if you are already familiar with if you're already like comfortable with art tools. References is still in the Discord, yes. References is still in the Discord. If you are familiar with art tools, the recommended one that almost everybody says, if you are comfortable using dip pens, which I don't tend to like, they're just kind of more a pain in the neck and I don't get a lot out of it. But you can use more materials, right? This is the thing. Fountain pens, like the Pilot Parallel, fountain pens like the Pilot Parallel, they have to use fountain pen ink. You have to use fountain pen ink. You can't use other inks. But like with this is just a nib holder for a speedball, and this whole speedball set, which includes all of these nibs, just a whole bunch of nibs, was like $8. It's beard hair in there. And I don't tend to fart around with these as much because, frankly, they're kind of more of a pain in the ass. But you can use like gouache with them, which is super cool. You can use gouache. You can use you can use less forgiving inks. You can use like glue even if you wanted to. I don't think you should, but you might. I've heard people say that they use glue for it. But if you are comfortable with using a dip pen, go for it. And K Melko, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. K_Melko. I mean, the thing is, axolotl is it's a different skill. You could cherry emojis. You can use a lot of materials with them. Partially because like you don't care about breaking the nibs, right? When the nibs are like 50 cents a piece, you don't really give a shit. At my job, we saw a bunch of Japanese calligraphy sets and Western calligraphy sets. Yeah. The stuff I'm using is cheap. I'm a cheapskate. I am using cheap stuff. But yeah, you can get really expensive ones. Admittedly, I do have some expensive tools here. I don't really use them for calligraphy very often. And yeah, like Archa, it's a different skill. And also my handwriting actually used to be famously bad. There was a point in my life when people would like I had teachers and my parents complaining about my handwriting like all the time. It came up frequently. So the fact that I have like handwriting that people like now is actually a very radical transformation. It's pretty substantial. How much would it be for you to do The Solitude of Night by Li Bai at some point? Let me think about that. Let me think about that. I'm just going to show off a little bit here. We are about to get hit by ads, so I'm just going to show... it's going to be really hard to read because it's going to be so small. So I don't use this as much as I used to. So this is what my handwriting looks like in English normally. Yeah, I don't really know how to do. I don't really know how to print anymore at this point. I can also, let's see if I can remember how to do it. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. How does this? It always takes me a while to remember. So this is shorthand, and I'm you can see that I'm like really halting in writing shorthand. My shorthand is really halting. If I get back into practice, I can do shorthand really fast. But I'm out of practice right now. Enigmata Lune. Thank you for the. Oh my goodness, thank you. This reminded me. Yes, ironic for shorthand. It's very ironic for shorthand. Enigmata Lune, welcome in. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am doing calligraphy. I'm gonna hit snooze. I gotta hit snooze. There we go. Snoozed. No. Wait, hold on. Yes, snooze successfully. Successful snooze. We are getting hit by ads. It says ads starting soon. I'm in anxiety right now. I am in anxiety right now. I used up a snooze. Okay, as starting 4 minutes. Welcome in, Raiders. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am a VTuber. And this is my stream. Welcome in. I also forgot to say this for Princess Rosca, so I apologize, Princess Rosca. Enigmata Luna. So people who raid, if you raid me while I am doing a calligraphy stream, I will do a short calligraphy for you. The 100 line looks really cool to me. My friend Bodega Rat is doing 100 line streams recently, and it's very cool to me. I am a sucker. I actually love tactical RPGs. Tactical RPGs are one of my favorite genres of all time. I love tactical RPGs. I love them to death. Stream is going well so far. We have almost dropped my pen. We have been I've just been doing calligraphy and chatting. Just done a couple of commissions while I've been on here. Hello, Action Production 14. Hello. I've done some comms, and I am working on. I've pinned it. I have pinned my what I'm working on, which is the poem "Sympathy" by Paul Dunbar. It is where the phrase "I know why the cage bird sings" comes from. Favorite games of 2025. Ooh, okay. I'm very slow at picking up games and getting through games. I still haven't even touched Clara Obscura. Thank you, Enigmata Luna. And also, I think it goes without saying, but if you need to raid and run, please take care of yourself. Please do take care of yourself. Hanging out with an old man while he does calligraphy is not a justification for making yourself ill and uncomfortable. I might not have enough space for this. And Archie Axolotl, thank you for the follow. There we go. Hold on. Let's go like this. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. Yeah, I don't have enough. There's no way. There's no way. Hmm. Yeah, not happening. Not happening. Yes, please, please, please. Please have a good night. Please have a good night. Okay. No way. No way. This is nowhere near enough space. Let's check something here. Okay, that doesn't move the needle at all. That doesn't move the needle at all. But what might move the needle on this would be using a smaller nib. I think if I use a smaller nib, which means I might need to resort to dips. I might need to resort to dips. That said, because the 1.5 is going to look really weird. The 1.5 can definitely do it, but the 1.5 will look really weird. Anyway, ads are hitting right about now, so I will see you all in a few minutes. I am back. I am back. I am back. I get up and stretch during the ad breaks. I get up and stretch during the ad breaks because I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I have to use the bathroom and stretch and. And as much as I love calligraphy, it does wear out my back muscles and shoulders pretty quickly. Normally my streams are a little bit shorter during these ones. Let's think about this. Okay, so I was looking at what I've been doing here. I've been looking at what I was doing here. Merde. Face tracking has me all frowning. I mean, I'm frowning. I was scowling. I was scowling right there. I was scowling. Because I'm bothered. I'm bothered. I'm bothered. How do I... What do I do? What do I do? So one option that I have, right? One option that I have is that I could for some reason, what a surprise. I've read like 4 books in the last week. So like what a shocker that I've made people think about books. What a shocker. So one option I have is to use a smaller... 90 is a lot. Wow, that's a lot, buddy. 90 is not a practical number to do in a reasonable time frame. So one option I have right now is to... I forgot I left the 79-cent sticker on here. Totally slipped my mind. One option I have is to slip out for a different nib that would be smaller, right? That's an option I've got, is to use a smaller nib. 2.5 is already pretty small. But I do definitely have smaller, right? Another option is to do different poems, right? As another option. Another option is just do different poems. I am not completely married to doing this poem, and I do kind of want to stick to not farting around with the dips. Neppy_89, welcome in. I think I might fart around with some different poems. And let's take a look. I'm going to unpin this. Let me find the dang stream. No, definitely don't want to hide. That's the worst option. Unpin. I'm doing calligraphy. And I had been working on a specific poem, but I can't get the proportions right. I can't get the proportions right for the line length. So I am going to do something a little bit goofy. I'm going to do something a little bit goofy. My friend Mabel has been trying out poetry. Has been trying her hand at poetry. Let me find some of it. So I might do that if I can find one. That one's too bitter. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Mabel is capable Mabel. Reading all of them. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Neppy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I'm not feeling this. I am not feeling this. Tohu Bohu did ask. They're like my little guy that pops up. He's cute. He's cute. That's actually by Virgo Sarian. I'm gonna go for Lee Bai. Let's go for Lee Bai. Let's do some Lee Bai. I love Lee Bai. Lee Bai is my favorite poem. And I'm almond. Thank you for the almond. Nut. No. I mean, I am really out of practice on my Chinese calligraphy. Like, I'm not completely incompetent at it. And my Chinese handwriting is probably better than my English language handwriting. My, like, non-calligraphic. But no, I was gonna do it English language. Yeah, the bass boosted nut. I always find it so charming how an almond, yes, because I'm almond. It's a pun. It's a pun on almond toss. Actually, hold on. There's what you want some more insane option for me to do? I've got a more insane option for me to do. Let's go with let's go with what makes me cry. Let's go with what makes me cry. It's so good. It's so good. I love it so much. Small town life. Yeah, I'm from a small town as well. I also live in a small town. A small but famous town. Yeah. Let's see, let's get here. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. I'm so indecisive right now. Lee Bai. Oh yeah, let's go with this one. This is pretty good. This one's a pretty good one. And let's make sure I'm on camera in the right way. There we go. Let's adjust the camera a little bit. There we go. And why not use purple? Hmm. Yeah, this is Iroshizoku Yamabudo. It's a very popular purple. I find it a little bit on the red side, for my taste, but you know, a trap. Bad P. For people who may not know, when I say I'm from a small town, I'm a New Yorker. I'm not a small town boy. I've lived in some small towns over my life, but these days I'm not a small town boy. Waiting solely on the Odyssey and Iliad in Greek. Ooh. Can you read classical Greek? Because I've always heard that classical Greek is super hard. Let's just keep going with purple. I can do a cooler version of this at some other point. No, I'm gonna play around with this because why not? We're having fun here, right? This is a quotation from the Zhuangzi, by the way. No, I don't want to do Photoshop. You know, Latin and Greek. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. But nah, I don't even have Photoshop installed. I don't think I've ever used Photoshop. I feel like I'm pretty okay with technology. Like I use Linux on the daily. But like there's a lot that I don't know how to do, and I definitely don't know how to do any like digital art. Digital art is like completely beyond me. The only digital art program I've ever used that didn't make me just like completely baffled and angry was Blender. Ancient Egyptian. I think Babinka knows some ancient Egyptian. I think Babinka Bear. She's certainly really into ancient Egyptian mythology. Maybe, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, as in, I actually just like don't know. Uh, I did briefly try to make a model of myself in Blender like a long time ago. Uh, but getting skeletons to work was really frustrating. It was I just couldn't get like the skeleton rigging to work very well. It would just break in ways I couldn't understand very frequently. Crap. Screwed up. Recover. Oh, it's way more pink on the camera than it looks to me. That's pretty neat. And I'm back to normal. Got the fish. Oh. That guy crazy, bro. Thank you for the follow. Like Lightbox Coon, yeah. I mean, like I can still see, like I can like look between my monitor and the camera and like what I can see with my eyes, and it does look even then. But like, yeah, Lightbox Coon is making it look lighter, right? Like that's more dark purple. It's like more what it's like. Yeah. Good morning, crazy bro. Uh, phone dies soon. Oh no. Babinka Bear. Matthew's not here. Matthew's the one who can spell who knows Babinka Bear. I'm gonna double check that I get her name correctly. Nope, I spelled her name wrong, so it's a good thing I didn't do that. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. So, may as well, yeah. So Babinka Bear is an educational VTuber, and she's like really invested in Egyptian mythology, among other things. Oh yeah, no, that's all good. That's all good. That guy crazy, bro. No, absolutely. People fall asleep to me all the time. I know at the very least, Mara just came in here and just fell asleep. So like, don't worry about it at all. I consider that very normal behavior. Yeah. Babinka Bear is very Filipino. If people are familiar with the Philippines and Philippine cuisine, they might recognize the name Babinka as a Philippine food of some sort. Babinka Bear is very Filipino. Yeah, cherry emoji. There was actually an extremely funny moment a few months ago where I was learning Raina Chapeau, who's mostly over on YouTube. She was over on this channel teaching me how to knit. And I know that even mentioning this, I've already made Blue angry because I was doing a very bad job and Blue was very annoyed with me. Uh, but there was a stream where Raina Chapeau was teaching me how to knit, and she was talking like obliquely about her family. She was being kind of like cagey and being like, "Oh yeah, I come from one of those families that's like very strict about school." Like she was being very kind of cagey about it. And then Babinka Bear rated me, and I was like, "Oh, and Babinka Bear, hi Babinka, blah blah blah." And Babinka is very into the Philippines. She has like a little whenever she has a daily redeem. Uh, she has a daily redeem for giving you like a Philippine snack food. And as soon as I said this, Reina Chapeau just starts shouting in Tagalog. just, just immediately goes from being like kind of cagey and circumspect about her ancestry to just like just like shouting in Tagalog. It's so good. Uh, yeah, it was really good. Uh, uh, yeah, I know none. I'm pretty sure I'm even saying it wrong. I'm saying Tagalog, and I genuinely don't know if that's remotely correct. There are a lot of languages on this planet. The emphasis is on ga, Tagalog. I'm also kind of bad at like. There's definitely like elements of language that I'm pretty bad at. I'm like actually not entirely sure what the deal is with emphasis. Ah, okay. I've worked with a lot of people who Tagalog uh is their first language, but I never picked up any of it. And I'm one of those people who like really needs like very formal instruction. Like even like classroom instruction, even like traditional classroom instruction is like a little bit too like casual for me. I do really well with like drills, right? It's okay. It's okay. You did, but it's okay. I recognize it. So I'm not, I will pronounce people's names super literally, but if I know like Tagalog, I know what that is. Ooh. Did you ever have a hand-style graffiti art? I did not. I did not, Archibald. I'm not even entirely sure what that would entail. But no, I did not. My forays into vandalism were not artistic. Let's put it that way. I'm gonna try to tighten up a little bit more because I'm now actually kind of worried about not being able to get this entire quote in one page. Vandalism? I am pretty open about this. I have a pretty long history of political activism. Much more so than like an art background. I have a politics background. So. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. It's I know that it has actually come up on some people have told me. I don't ever go to 4chan, but I know that like I have come up on 4chan and like it has been mentioned that like people don't like me because I'm too left wing. So yeah. Yeah, I'm from sociology. We did tend to view the political scientists as kind of fucking cowards. So and yeah, rabbit mud. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. I could absolutely be more political on stream, but I'm usually willing to talk about politics at least a little bit on stream. Because the truth of the matter is that, right, like, I am not trying to be, like, a cop about the mode. I want people to be feeling more comfortable and more enlightened by my stream, right? They should be feeling more enlightened by my stream. And having some space to talk about and ask questions and think about serious issues is sometimes what people need, right? So, you know, sometimes it comes up. I'm gonna go mineral. This is actually a pretty that's actually a pretty tough tongue twister. That's actually a pretty tough one. I'd have to think about how to do this one, right? Because like I can do. I'm okay at tongue twisters. I I'm okay at tongue twisters, you know. 1-1 was a racehorse, 2-2 was 1-2, 1-1 race, 2-2, 1-1-2. Right, like that one I can do pretty fast. I'm all right at tongue twisters. I do them as warm ups, but that was a new one by me. If I nutted buttered on a peanut butter colored mugger that is next to my salted little flavored butter cutter, which is next to a smug hugger on the left of his mother with a brittle brother, one on the right of the peanut butter colored mugger, there was a bug bugging a bugger bugging a bug brother, whose mother muttered butter cutter brother. How much nutter could one butter on one another while being still with no stutter like a beef cutter? Yeah, that's one I need to practice a little bit, right? Because just like parsing it out always slows you down. I'd like really read through that carefully before I even attempted it to see if that was like something horrible. like you see something like obviously a coffee pasta, you always get worried that it's going to be something horrible. Where was I? Ooh, that's pretty rough right there. Bad H. But yeah, it's a very, very normal instinct, I think, to have on Twitch.tv that, like, most of the time when people do drop a copy pasta, it's something that's like, dreadful. Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair, Archie. That's pretty fair. Uh, uh, yeah, I do think that sucks. That you are having to live that lifestyle. Hopefully, some Taoism will make you feel a little bit better. I might do another pass at this one because I like this passage a lot. I think if there's one book that I could spend like years just focusing on, like becoming like a true like super nerd about, it would be this book. Crap, I fucked up. That's supposed to be black. So I might redo this again. I think I will do a second pass on this one. There we go. Don't. That's not fun. It's taking my fun away from me, Blue. That's still rough, RT. I've lived in areas like that, and it's not pleasant. It's not nice. It is not nice. I recommend, if you can pull it off, living somewhere different. Which I know can be a tall order, but New York is very nice. I'm assuming she's asleep by now, but I did learn that Philadelphia's had a 60% drop in homicides over the last 5 years. Which is crazy. Like, Philadelphia's, like, kind of safe now. In a serious way, not super, a couple years. To some level or another, I've been practicing it off and on for 20 years. But a lot of that's relatively casual. A lot is, like, pretty casual. And no, 20, not 60. It's nice when you approach politics in a way we can actually discuss your... Yeah, I mean, that is... So one of those things that I think about a lot as a streamer, because I'm trying to take my art as a streamer very seriously. Is so like when I did... So back in November, I did a stream that was like, okay, it's election night. Let's not discuss politics at all. Let's just have a calm, simple night where it's just like a nice, chill place to be. And this is one of my biggest regrets as a streamer. Because I think that most people, like almost every other streamer was doing that, right? Like that was like the normal way for VTubers to do things, was like let's not talk about politics at all. Let's pretend the outside world doesn't exist. Let's create a little escape hatch. So, first of all, just kind of stupid from a business standpoint, right? No, definitely not 60 years, 20 years. And then so and so it was like part of the problem, right? Was like I think that like people kind of wanted to come to my stream to talk about their emotions and their feelings and their thoughts. And I think that having a space to like squash that was a bad choice. And then on the other hand, like my whole thing was like, oh, let's like not think about it. I want to not think about it for a night. The thing is that like I live in fucking Brooklyn. So like regardless of whether or not I check the news, like even if I had been completely offline, I would have known the election results by 9 o'clock, no matter what. I did know the election results by 9 o'clock. Right? like, it wasn't possible for me not to know them. So, like, I'm on stream and I'm trying to pretend that I am not aware of something that I'm very aware of. Which is ridiculous. Right? I'm just like, I was just like weirdly making myself like anxious and annoyed. And I'm not even doing like the thing I should have been doing, right? Very foolish of me. Yeah, no, that's very fair. And I mean, it's I don't know. I just try to be honest, right? Like this is kind of my thing. Like I'm kind of at a age or a point in my life where I feel like being super strategic about what I'm doing doesn't tend to pay off very well. Which, oh my god, if Mix is here and he heard me say that, I think he would slap me. But I tend to think that just acting with integrity, it's Vexing Cat. It's Vexing Cat. Hold on, let's give Vex a shout out. Vex is a reading streamer. She reads old books on stream. That's what she does. It's very lovely. She has a very lovely voice, and she'll read old books that are out of copyright. Yeah, looking to make a placeless free was not like a bad thing. I certainly think a lot of other people did it. I just think they did a better job at it and were better suited to it than I was. I think it was foolish of me. And I think it was foolish and short-sighted of me. Because it's a scary world a lot of the time, right? And like I said, I don't worry too much about the strategy of it anymore. I worry about just acting with integrity and honesty, right? That's what I think is the important part, is to do what I can to be able to face myself in the mirror. And partially this is just because like a lot of things in my life haven't gone the way I planned. That's not to say they went badly. It's just, you know, I picked up calligraphy on a whim. And then that's kind of become more important to me than like an entire chemistry degree. I did an entire freaking chemistry degree. It was not my graduate work. My undergraduate, though, was chemistry. I had an entire freaking chemistry degree, and it did nothing. I did nothing with it. No practical application. Not none. I think it made me a better cook. I think I'm a better cook. To do chemistry than I would have otherwise, right? I think I think I would have been a My regular handwriting, it depends a little bit on how fast I'm trying to write. I pulled some out earlier. So let's turn off Lightbox Coon for a second. This is my regular handwriting in English. When I'm just trying to write fast. I really only know longhand script. There is also shorthand. My shorthand is not very. My shorthand's very halting because I don't use it very much anymore. I can. When I was taking like a lot more notes, my shorthand was a lot faster. And I used to also kind of be able to do Suturlin. I used to also I also used to be able to do Suturlin. I'd have to like really think about it first if I could like to get back into writing in Suturlin. But my Suturlin actually is pretty neat. So let's so writing slowly and legibly. And now trying to be fast. I'm out of practice on using my regular handwriting. I don't use it very much anymore. I used to be able to write faster than most people can speak. But I haven't been using. I'm not in practice on doing that. I write in Chinese way more. I write in Japanese and Chinese way more than I write in English at this point. At least in terms of like with hand, by with a pen, with a normal pen. I think it's foolish, right? I think it's worth learning longhand cursive. Like it's. I don't think it's as important as learning touch typing, but I do think it's on the more important part. Thank you for stopping by, that crazy guy, that guy Crazy Bro. Thank you for stopping by. And have a lovely day at work. Have a lovely day at work. It's a pleasure to meet you. And yeah. Goodbye, that guy. Yeah. So Rabbit, that's like part of the reason why like a fountain pen's very helpful. Fountain pen is very, very good for that reason. I like learning Japanese, but I cannot tell a lie. A lot of what I like about learning Japanese is specifically kanji. Is very specifically kanji. Hold on. Oh, hypermobile. Oh, okay, there we go. I to a certain extent, the biggest question for that one cherry emojis is On what schedule do you care about having any payoff? That's the big question. If you want to have a payoff on it relatively quickly, learn the basics. If you know that you're really committed and that you want to spend the least amount of time doing backtracking, I have been using the Hessig method, and it's been very, very helpful for me. I studied Japanese for like 6 years, and my Japanese is better than it's ever been before because I've been doing Hessig method, which is based on radicals, which is based on like doing minimal backtracking and focusing on the radicals. And it's like I'm getting through like 100 plus a week. I'm much better at Japanese than I've ever been before in my life, and that's like a large percentage of why. But I'm also a very writing focused person. I'm a very, very writing focused person. So why would it be surprising? Like focusing on like a very like writing centric way of doing things would pay off good dividends for the writing guy, right? I do say that my number one suggestion if you are learning Japanese is to learn the kana first. Not kanji. Don't start with kanji, start with kana. Number one suggestion. Because learning the kana will teach you what the allowed sounds in Japanese are. And knowing like what sounds are legal and illegal is really helpful. Oh, and we're about to get by ads, but Ace Hard Var, thank you for the follow. I don't think kanji is the hardest part, if I'm honest. I like kanji. I like kanji, but I find I would say keigo. Keigo is much harder. Keigo is really hard. Keigo is like really, really hard. For a lot of people, kanji is the hardest, but I don't know about that actually, because like kanji's crazy. Kanji's crazy. We are going to get hit by we are about to get hit by ads. And yeah, Shark Ray, that's like the biggest thing, right? Is like that's actually why like handwriting it is so valuable, is because then you get that benefit, right? That one. That one. And yeah. Okay, we are going into ads. We are going to ads. So please enjoy the fan art gallery. I need to stretch. I need to get like a real stretch in. I need to fold my back 3 different ways before I can keep going. So I'll see you in a few minutes. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. Okay. Yes. Let's keep going. Hold on. So, let's keep it going. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Okay. All right. There we go. No, I forgot this one's supposed to be in black. I got into the zone. Oh, I'm sorry, you cannot draw. Locked in too hard? Yeah, exactly. I was planning on redoing this one anyway. Because I like to reverse the colors, right? I like to reverse the colors. And I mean, I don't know. I found a passage that I like, so why not practice it, right? Why not practice it? Where did I put the pen again? Okay. Lightbox Kun is hotter than the sun right now. Hello, Commodore. Hello, Commodore. Yeah, I'm doing... Well, it's not typeface. It's script. It's script. And see, I smeared it right there. Smeared it right there anyway. A little bit of ink agitation right here. Yeah, script. Yeah, it's a pedantic point. It's a very pedantic point. It's not a big deal. But how you doing, Commodore? So this is a pretty good Zhuangzi passage. Yeah, no, this is not true Gothic. This is blue getting the other point of getting that you do have the bonus points for that. This is not true Gothic because a big element that makes it obviously not true Gothic is I've got W's, right? W's are anachronistic to a true historical Gothic, and I'm bothering to dot the I's, which is also ahistoric. Yeah, this is a good passage from Zhuangzi, from the Zhuangzi. Let's read it and talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to do another round of it. A trap is for fish. When you've got the fish, you can forget the trap. A snare is for rabbits. When you've got the rabbit, you can forget the snare. Words are for meaning. Oh, I skipped a line here. See, once you've got the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find someone who's forgotten words so I can have a word with him? This is very typical of the Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is actually a very funny book. Like, just bluntly, it's a very, very funny piece of philosophy. It's these Daoist aphorisms is how it works. Like, the whole thing is a bunch of Daoist aphorisms. Not the whole thing, but a lot of it is Daoist aphorisms, and they're intended to be to defamiliarize you, and they're tended to be somewhat absurd. They're intended to be something goofy, right? They're intended to be read in this way, right? And it's because, again, you know, this is Taoism, right? The way that can be walked is not the true way. The way that can be named is not the true way. This is, you know, it's about, you know, adjusting yourself and your expectations to accept the unacceptable in a lot of ways, right? It's about figuring out ways to live with the unknown, to live with dangerous and alarming degrees of uncertainty and chaos, and to how to survive in a world, and how to mentally and emotionally survive in a world where you can't count on anything. Hello, the Jess Effect. Hello, the Jess Effect. No, these are my mitts. These are my VTuber hands. My digital hands, my very, very veiny real hands. My very veiny veiny hairy hands. Yeah, Commodore, it is tough. It is tough. It is not a... It is a philosophy that's Haney. Yeah, Haney. It is a philosophy, the Haney Vans. Yeah, there. I'm a professional, right? I'm a professional streamer who talk good. Yeah, it is a challenging philosophy, and I mean, a lot of it is designed for challenging situations, right? There's a thing in Chinese philosophy that if the government is good, you're a Confucian. If the government is bad, you're a Daoist. You know, it's every scholar official is a Confucian when the government is good. They're a Taoist when the government is bad, and they're a Buddhist when they're about to die. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, checks out exactly. So it's not just about like trying to accept the world as it is, but also like it's kind of a cope, right? It's a coping mechanism for when the world turns worse. Yeah, use the necessary tool for the situation. So let's try this again, and hopefully I won't make huge mistakes this time. Let's do a slightly different A. Can you do calligraphy with a pencil? Kind of. People I have seen do a kind of cool technique for pencil-based calligraphy where they'll tape two pencils together, and they will use that for kind of a calligraphy thing. There's carpenter pencil, yeah. And that's certainly an option, yeah, to like flatten the pencil. Oh, Severitas, hello, Severitas, and enjoy your lurk. Different register, yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's a lot of different languages to poetry. Unlurk. Cadet is dead. Do I even have Unlurk set up? I might not have Unlurk set up. I might just have Lurk set up. Oh well. There we go. That's a pretty good A. My Gothic P's have been pretty bad today. Your dude is so fancy looking. Thank you, JessFX. I've BSD. I don't know. I do not understand the meaning of BSD here. Model. So if you want to see my model artist, what do you think of pre-Christian monarchical Western philosophy? I am not super familiar. I'm not super familiar. That lurk message shook me out because it's 2:30 p.m. here, and this is making me feel very drowsy. Ah, okay. It is 2:30 a.m. here, which is a good time to be asleep, but not for me. Not for me. Because I have a very messy sleep schedule. Oh, hold on. Yeah, oh boy, 3 a.m. Yep. Bungo Stray Dogs, an anime where the characters. Oh, okay. I've never heard of it. Um, early because I stream until 4:15 a.m. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Yeah. What is sleep, Blue? Yeah, me and Blue out here on the East Coast. Um, well, so I know that in the case of ancient Rome, if we're looking at in the case of ancient Rome, officially, right, the stance on monarchy among the ancient Romans is no monarchy, right? Like, so the whole like imperial system, the whole, particularly during the Principate, like the whole kind of philosophy of the Principate is trying to deny that what you're seeing is monarchy. And so it's a really complicated system of trying to figure out how to rationalize that what we're looking at is not a monarchy. Once you get to dominate, that kind of like ends, right? Because that's kind of like what the periodization is. But for the length of the Principiate, that's kind of what they're doing. I don't really know how like yeah, but like again, it's like how do you rationalize it? How do you justify it? And the answer was like you know like Augustus is deliberately saying that he's not a monarch, and like Augustus was like the one who really could have gotten away with it, let alone like the Severans, let alone like the Severans. I mean, I don't know, man. And the Jess Effect 03, thank you for the follow. So it's and I don't really know enough about like the Greek thought on this, right? Like I know a fair amount about quite a few Greek concepts, but I've never done a specific deep dive into Greek concepts of kingship. I probably know more about Chinese, Indian, and Egyptian and Sumerian kingship than I do about Greek kingship, if I'm honest. Let's give a little tail here. Because kingship's a kind of interesting thing. Monarchy is a kind of interesting phenomenon because a lot of different cultures have all arrived at monarchy. They've all kind of produced the same monarchy, and despite the fact that monarchies are explicitly religious, right? Like actual true blue monarchies are explicitly religious. That means that it's kind of weird that different religions came to very similar concepts. And oh, we got some they I mean they did. Okay, hold on. Well, okay, so Shark Ray, it's worth pointing out that the vast majority of our sources from the Greeks, by far and away, are from the Athenians. The Athenians are massively overrepresented, and the Athenians were generally pretty hostile to monarchy. That said, the Spartans had a monarchy. The Thebans, not the Thebans, the Thessalians had a monarchy. They it depended quite a bit, right? I can't remember what all of the different ones were. I have no idea about the Trojans, man. The Trojans are like a Bronze Age group, like that didn't leave literary records. I got no clue. I can't speak to them for shit. But like, yeah, there's different polises. Different ancient Greek polises had different constitutions, right? They had different constitutions and they had different ways of organizing. Yeah, monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. And I genuinely, other than Athens and Sparta and Macedon, I can't really tell you what they looked like. Athens is, a democracy. It's a citizen democracy. Sparta is a dual kingship, and Macedon was a singular king, right? And I don't really understand quite like how it works in their case, right? Because like I can talk a little bit more about like Egyptian kingship, because Egypt is really, man, the Egyptians talk about kingship a lot. Man, single oligarch ruling. I would swing about that. Okay, yeah, that's pretty neat. Thebes, the Thebans, the second best at war of the second best Greeks at war. Macedon is the obvious winner, right? Like it's just like unambiguous. It's the Macedonians are like so much better at warfare than everybody else. I can see the flickering in the corner of my eye while I'm trying to finish up writing this word. Sparta has a very strong reputation, and this is actually like a really cool piece of debate. I fall on the side of being a bit of a Sparta denier. Sparta's actual battlefield record is about 50-50. And the main war that they won was against the Athenians in the Peloponnesian War. And what happened there was the Persians joined in. Hello, Isul. Welcome in. I want to check something here. Now I've got Isul here. Isul has been following since July of 2023. I think you are my oldest follower. July of 2023. But yes. I'm doing some Taoism. We've got some Taoism going on here, and people are asking me about Greek. So honestly, most area studies are called like that. So it's kind of a matter of survivorship, but like ancient Sumerian scholars are called Assyriologists. Sometimes people call China specialists sinologists. There's a couple. I think it's just kind of like which one survived, because like like people are not called like zomia studies. Like you're not like a zomiologist, right? Like that's like zomia studies is never zomiologist. Sometimes America studies people will be called Americanists, but not always. We used to talk about Orientalists as an academic discipline, but that has been that's fallen very much out of favor. I haven't heard Japanology very often. Japanology, I just have not heard very often. Presumably, it's a real phrase. I just have not heard it very frequently. Nipponology. Yeah, it's well. I mean, the thing is, like, it's not like it really truly ended because it's now just Middle Eastern studies. It's now just Middle Eastern studies. An Orientalist an Orientalist in the 1930s would just be a Middle East specialist today, right? Like, so you would just call them a Middle East specialist, and it doesn't really change that much. But in the case of but like this is just kind of an interesting thing, right? Is that Orientalism as a term really fell out of favor largely because of a specific book called Orientalism by Edward Said, and it's like one of those. Orientalism is so big as a book. The Edward Said's book is so important. It's so massive. It's yeah. We love Edward Said in this house. Edward Said's an incredible scholar. Julio Kane, even though he's a huge Egypt nerd when I was little. Who built the pyramids? I mean a bunch of engineers and construction workers in Old Kingdom Egypt. Not the Hebrews. Not the Hebrews. The pyramids are older than the Hebrews. Pyramid construction stopped by like the Middle Kingdom. And like it's very much an Old Kingdom thing. Like it's like a second and third dynasty of Egypt thing. And yeah, it was we know a lot about who built them because like we have like payment receipts. So like one of those things, this is one of those things like a little bit annoying, right? Is like, did slaves build the pyramids? And kinda, not really. The biggest thing is that the actual construction of the pyramids was skilled labor. That's the big thing. Like the actual direct construction of the pyramids was skilled labor. It was skilled labor that was compensated and challenging. And so you don't use slaves for that, right? You don't use slaves for doing like high skill jobs because what are you talking about? Right? Like what are you talking about? Like you don't do that. You got paid in food and housing, but also like, so where did the Egyptian throne get the money to pay the pyramid construction workers from? And the answer does it does include slaves. Like that's part of where the royal wealth was from slaves. Yeah, no, Cherry Emoji. We've actually got some really fascinating receipts. One of the most fascinating things I remember reading was about Ushabti. That Ushabti carvers, so like Ushabti are the Egyptian, they're like small Egyptian statues. They're like this tall, right? They're like in this range. They're like the size of a doll. They're like the size of a small doll. There's little figurines. There's miniaturettes. Yeah. Of people that would be buried with somebody to be like stand-ins for their servants in the afterlife, right? Because the Egyptians used to practice retainer sacrifice. They used to practice retainer sacrifice, and then that fell by the wayside, and Ushabti are basically like a symbolic retainer sacrifice. And so one of the things that's really cool is that the Ushabti carvers, right, they had to get paid. And the way that they got paid, the receipts would actually be made out to the Ushabti themselves. So like the Ushabti were getting paid, and then the money just happened to go to the carvers. Very cool. Very, very cool. But yeah, no, like we have records of like wage disputes and stuff with Egyptian workers. And we don't actually have that much evidence for slavery in Egypt up until the Ptolemaic period. Once we get to the Ptolemaic and Roman period, we have very clear, very heavy evidence of slavery. But before then, it's like scattered and stuff like that. You want to do with beer? Yeah. So there was some slavery. It feels very insane to think that there was 0% slavery in the Egyptian economy, but you wouldn't use slaves for building the pyramids. You would use slaves for mining gold and harvesting wheat. Is like where you would use them. You would use them for mining gold, harvesting wheat, spinning cloth. Like you wouldn't use them for like higher skill work. Like complicated high skill work. And so, yeah, but like you could use the money that you made off of mining gold to pay for like workers. Yeah. Yes, and there's also that, right, Shark Ray? Like sometimes, particularly when we're looking at the old stuff, when we're back in like the old kingdom, and yes, so yeah, if you captured enemy warriors, yeah, you would enslave them. Like absolutely. You absolutely would enslave captured soldiers. Like that, no question about that. That said, that would still be a very small percentage of the economy up until the New Kingdom, because Egypt is like not super militarily active up until the New Kingdom. Once you get to like the Ramessids love warfare. Once you get up to the Ramessids, like the Ramessids like really justify their whole like thing around warfare. But like if you're back in like the 8th dynasty or whatever, like not a lot of warfare. So not a lot of slaves. Not zero, but not as much. Yeah, so Commodore, that's actually a hold on. I gotta stretch here for a second to like get into that one a little bit. So there's a really good series of articles about this. I think Nell Irvin Painter was the historian in question who did a lot of the really good work on it. About like what is the deal with American racial slavery? Yeah. What's the deal with American racial slavery? And a lot of it comes out of the Reconquista. That during the Reconquista, this is a heavy topic, cherry emojis. And this is one of those ones like I should do like as a lecture topic. Okay, I got like a whole bunch of alerts really fast. Because of the way the Reconquista went down, where you had military forces that would be active starting in like Navarre and then stretching all the way down to Côte d'Ivoire, to modern Ivory Coast, you would see enslavement of people happening, of people from all those ranges. And because of the political systems involved with the various people, it was hard to get ransoms for sub-Saharan Africans, but easy to get ransoms for Christian Europeans because of the way that like the Christian systems were set up and compared to the sub-Saharan African systems at that particular moment in time. And so you would just kind of divide up your slaves very quickly into white versus non-white versus black, because you could make that would kind of tell you, that would give you a very quick sense of like who you could ransom. And so you'd use your white slaves for easier forms of labor because their actual value was not the labor that they produced, but the willingness of the Catholic Church to pay their ransoms. I shouldn't say the Catholic Church specifically, but of Catholic society to pay their ransoms. Whereas just like the political organization where you could actually even make those negotiations was not as present in sub-Saharan Africa. And yeah, various kingdoms and like more mobile groups. Whereas like particularly during the Reconquista, the Catholics were not specifically the church, but like the Catholic society in general was really like coming together for the specific mission of uniting and like uniting behind a common Christian project to conquer Spain. And so like that means that like you had these organizations that like made that easier, that facilitated that, right? Like your hospitalers and groups like that. Licked937, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And so yeah, that's like a factor there. Like to go back like super broad, because it started as a question about ancient Egypt. Slavery is a very common practice across societies, and it takes a lot of different forms and has a lot of different justifications and different ways of being implemented. At the end of the day, it turns out that a lot of different people all converge on the idea that sometimes you can make a profit by threatening to kill somebody if they don't do work for you. Yeah, a lot of different people came up with that idea. But like the specifics of how that plays out, well, I mean, it depends a lot. It depends a lot. It depends a lot, and like even just within the U.S., right? Even within the U.S., there's significant variation in how different slaves were treated. Within my lifetime, there have been differences in how slaves are treated in the United States. There was a huge scandal. It wasn't even a huge scandal. It should have been a huger scandal. There was a huge problem where the Arkansas prison system was basically enslaving people as blood bags. And because this was so profitable and so sloppy, it wound up tainting the global blood supply. The global blood supply with AIDS. Minimum 6,000 Canadians got killed by the Arkansas prison system's unwillingness to yeah, Commodore's kind of no, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, well, and it's like, just to make sure that in case anybody's at all confused about this, because I know that some of you are not Americans, and even some of the Americans might be fuzzy on this point. Slavery is illegal in the United States, except in the case of criminal convictions. You are allowed to enslave somebody as a criminal conviction. That is a specific carve-out. Otherwise, slavery is illegal. But we do still have legal on-the-book slavery. And it's for prisoners, which, I think anybody who has studied economics will notice that there is a bad set of incentives right there. Right? That like And the U.S. prison system has been on an upswing for a while. It's like, oh, like how much is that? Because you get to enslave people, so Anglo-American lit, so it's like a lot of overlap. Yeah, I'm guessing. Actually, if you don't mind me asking, Cherry Emojis, where are you? Where did you study Anglo-American literature? Like, I'm kind of curious. Like I we weren't allowed to inflict cruel and unusual punishment. Again, slavery is not considered cruel and unusual, right? You're not allowed to. Cruel and unusual is a complicated term, and it's hotly contested, right, Blue? I'm sure that you have noticed this, right? That this is fundamental to the discussion about the death penalty in the United States. Is the death penalty cruel and unusual, either in specific forms of the death penalty or just in all possible versions? This is like an ongoing, constant debate over the death penalty in these United States. My writing pace has gone so slow that but like, yeah, in the case of Arkansas, of the Arkansas tainted blood scandal, I would say they absolutely went over their boundaries on that. University of the Philippines. Okay, I'm just curious, Cherry Emojis, because I'm curious about. I always find it really interesting to learn where and how other people learn about Americans and like what they think about Americans. I always find it really fascinating, right? Because I'm an American, right, and it's kind of fascinating to see like what do I think is exceptional or unusual about Americans versus what do other people think about as exceptional and unusual about Americans or specific about us. That's pretty messed up, Commodore. I did not know about that. As Shark Ray says, it's not even agreed upon by people across fields. Like it's like what is cruel and unusual is like really not agreed upon. It is agreed upon that I think it's generally agreed upon that like public humiliation is considered cruel and unusual. But like beyond that, yeah. Well, and also like it's very normal for people to think something is special about themselves when it's actually a very common practice. It's like a very funny one to me is the like, oh, mothers of this ethnicity can't stop feeding strangers, right? And it's like every ethnicity, right? It's like, oh, like Jewish mothers and Irish mothers and Italian mothers and Chinese mothers, they can't stop feeding. They'll just keep on feeding you until you're full to bursting. So that's all of them. That's all of them. Well, I mean, so RT, so like, the specific one that comes up, the specific one that comes up is, what do we call it? Lethal injection. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. It's like lethal injection. Is like, so like, is it cruel and unusual? Is it a cruel punishment? Is lethal injection a cruel punishment? Is an open piece of debate among lawyers all the time. Like it comes up all the time, and different lawyers fall on different sides of it, and like, it's intended to be a more humane method of execution, but then people will highlight cases where like it's where it's sloppily done and where it's messy and where it doesn't work correctly. Most states have ended capital punishment. This is true, Commodore. But like we recently had just a couple weeks ago, we had it was one of the Carolinas, it was North or South Carolina, had a botched execution by firing squad. Right? And that comes up as a court case for getting like firing squad removed. Yes, thank you, Shark Ray. Thank you, Shark Ray. Yeah, firing squad. Yep, yep. They tried execution by firing squad and they fucked it up. So I mean, Commodore, you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself how you want to go out if you're put in this kind of situation, right? Yeah, yeah. Actually, cherry emojis. This was something that we talked about a lot in grad school. This is Professor relay a lot of Philippine history to American history and literature. One of those things that like I find really there was like a really interesting discussion that I remember from my graduate work was this was coursework I should say, not my like actual research, was Philippine American diplomatic relationships, where like yeah what the U.S. did in the Philippines was dreadful in the 30s. From like like when the Philippines was a formal colony of the United States, there's a lot of awful stuff that was happening there. But also, like in the modern day, the Philippines is a very enthusiastic U.S. ally, right? The Philippines is a very, very enthusiastic U.S. ally. And you can absolutely talk to Philippine activists who come on both sides of the coin on this, where some of them will highlight, like, look, with all this horrible history of bloodshed, why should we be so enthusiastic about being America's ally and being America's, knee breaker? And so on. But then there's the other side of it is like, do we really have a better idea, right? Do we really have like we can be enthusiastic U.S. allies, or we can be something else, and something else might be worse. Yeah, and cherry emojis. That's what it's like to study literature. That's what it's like to study absolute literature. That's absolutely what it's like to study literature. Colonizing lands as we speak. Yeah, you are. You are. Yeah, and it's I don't really have a good answer to that, right? And I'm not Philippine. I'm not Philippine. And international diplomacy is a horrifying nightmarescape of sociopathy. I don't really know how to respond to attempts to make it humane and sane. All right, like I don't really know how to like make it like responsive to ethics. Or what that would even look like. And again, getting onto on my ancient Rome build moment here. The Romans, a huge percentage of where Roman power came from was no, cherry emojis. You're good. You're good. You're good. So to recapitulate, because you were the kind of the person I was like trying to be specific with. The way in which So there's this question. I think it's an open question, and I don't know how to resolve it because I don't know how to resolve any international policy questions, but I certainly don't know how to resolve Philippine questions here. Of like, if you are the Philippines, like, how cozy should you be to the United States? Because like the Philippines is a very enthusiastic U.S. ally for the last 70 years, right? Pretty much since Philippine independence. It's been a very enthusiastic ally, and I've heard Philippine activists who say it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because the U.S. did all this horrible stuff in the 1910s and 1920s. We should be assholes about it. We should fight. We should be dicks to the Americans about it. And that's fair enough. But there's another side of that, which is like, if you are the Philippines, like, what is the payoff? Like what is the practical payoff to that? Like, what do you get out of that? What do you get about that? Commodore, I don't understand what you mean by what do you think of modern police aren't just like, I'm sorry, just like it's not reading to me grammatically. Could you rewrite that? It's deliberately Isel. It's deliberately. I am deliberately using medieval Gothic script. That's exactly what I'm going for. Thank you. That's the effect I'm going for. That's the intent. That is in fact the intention. Oh, I would. I feel like that's not a reasonable description of what happens at where I live. Like, I've worked with social workers a lot. I do not feel like we would not send in the police for a social work related issue. For an issue like we wouldn't even send in cops for criminal issues, right? Like we wouldn't, like, unless somebody had a gun out, we wouldn't what was considered like not worth doing. Even like an active DV situation, we would send in the social workers first. You are okay. It's okay, RT. It's okay, RT. Don't worry about it. This is also moving very quickly. I'm trying to keep up. No, and actually, cherry emojis, I don't want you to stop. If you want to stop, that's fine. But like, I actually do like your contributions a lot. I don't want you to. Well, more likely to get help from local Bloods and Crips. Yeah, unfortunately. And why they turned to colonization after. Yeah. So like, I mean, my own perspective, right? Cherry emojis as an American who was studying a lot of colonialism, is that the U.S. was a. It depends how active of a participant the U.S. was in colonization. Depends a little bit on definitions, and because like there's a definition that it's only colonization if it's overseas. You cannot do colonization to things that are on the same land mass as you. That's an actual argument. That's an actual serious argument. It is an important argument because it was part of it's something that was very important for the Soviet Union during the Cold War, right? Is that the Soviet Union is not doing colonialism in Uzbekistan because it's on the same landmass. Right, that was a very important argument. Um, during the Cold War. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, cherry emojis. No, this was like a thing in the UN. This was a thing in the UN. It was actually it was a very important thing in the UN that like you cannot do colonization on your own landmass. Just like definitionally. Yeah, as both the USSR and before and during the Russian Empire days. Yeah, like the way that the USSR treated the Kazakh SSR and the Uzbek SSR is fucked. It's fucked. They treated them horribly. They treated them absolutely horribly. Absolutely absolutely vile. And like destroyed an entire ocean. Like it's incredible. Uh, yes. I mean, cherry emojis. That's kind of where I'm going with this. Is that like there's absolutely a measure by which like the U.S. did very little colonialism because the U.S. only colonized the Philippines and Cuba, and then there's the question of like, well, what about Native Americans, right? Like that's the thing. That's the thing, right? It's All right, we are about to get hit by ads. We're getting hit by ads in a few seconds, which is a bit of a shame because this is a good moment, but I could also use the bathroom. Um, don't say anything that will get my channel banned while I'm away. And I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Apologies for the moment away. I just had to use the bathroom. Um, uh, a channel band. No, and cherry emojis. You're all good. You're all good. Um, my channel band is Nobu. Um, horrific new. Couldn't read my handwriting. I'm sorry, my friend. I am sorry. Yeah, it's a good topic, and you've got a unique perspective, cherry emojis. You've got a unique perspective on this, so I'm actually very enthusiastic about it. I don't want to like overstate and be like everybody else sucks. I'll only listen to cherry emojis, but I do actually. It is an unusual perspective, right? Yeah, ads are over. Dreb. Pock shit is fuck shit in Filipino. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, goodbye, Yusul. Thank you for stopping by. I am mostly doing this because she shouted me out just a minute ago, so I'm going to shout her out as well. Rinny's is a delight. Rinny's is an absolute delight. Rinny's is an absolute delight. She's one of my favorite streamers. She has art streams a lot. Her art streams are very different from mine. Because she's a much hornier artist than I am. But she has a very similar tone as me, I would actually say. I think like she does have a similar like calming, soothing tone. So I appreciate Rainey's a lot. I suspect that one of us is going to raid the other. is what's going to happen. One of the two of us is going to raid the other tonight. Very, very likely. So she draws horned animals. Actually, yes, that is correct. Maybe goats. I don't know. I don't remember if I've seen a goat from her. But that's a possibility. Yeah, mostly shouting her out because she shouted me out, so I think it'll be funny for it to appear. Because I got the alert, right? I get the alert in my messages when somebody shouts me out. So I shouted out so that she would get the alert. Because I thought that was funny. Unicorns? I think I actually have seen her draw a unicorn. No, she draws furry art. Okay. But yeah, but no, Cherry, I've actually really enjoyed learning these little bits about like how the Philippines kind of sees the United States, and I think that's neat that you were like reading stuff like you're probably like the Invisible Man, and yeah, there's something to the like this shared experience of oppression across cultures. There's really something to that. Hold on, I'm gonna move the camera a little bit because I've been hurting my elbow a little bit. I think I need to actually move it down a little bit further. And I'm Sock. Thank you for the sock. You know, it's funny. I've been using. I was posting up a storm on Twitter because I was having a little bit of a moment. And I did not reveal on Twitter about um the sock model. I love the sock model. Actually, Niano, I feel like I've seen your handwriting. I didn't think it was that bad. I know you're going to say it's horrible because that's what Niano says. Yeah, the sock. Yeah, thank you, Saffron, for the sock. I was like, sorry. I got a little piece of popcorn down my throat. Excuse me. Hold on, I'm gonna kill the mic for a second. I should be back now. I don't think I'm going to die. It's just uncomfortable. It's just very uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a little damn crumbs. A little bit of skin got in there. Yeah, stop dying. That's bad for you. Yeah. You can't kill people. That's illegal. I don't know if it's been defeated, but it's not currently like causing me to choke immediately. Right. Yeah, no, Blue, don't do that. Especially because you don't know my address. Sock Tua, that thing. That's horrible, Rabid Mutt. That's horrible. I am preserving that one. I am preserving that one. That's awful. That is going in the Discord. That is going in there we go. Your mix of English and Cyrillic cursive. Cyrillic cursive is crazy. Cyrillic cursive goes crazy. Cyrillic cursive is nuts. And before anybody asks, no, I don't know how to write in Cyrillic. I know more. I can write kana. I can write kanji. I can kinda write Devanagari. But Cyrillic is like so clumsy, and I don't even know what I'm writing. Hieratic? No. No. I have not. Hieratic is cool. Hieratic and Demotic are cool, but no. And I, before you ask, also no on, oh, it's like I'm gonna move my camera a little bit. Also no on hieroglyphs. Right. Which I don't think should really surprise anybody, right? Like, what a surprise, you know, this honky doesn't know, this honky doesn't know how to write in hieroglyphs. I guess I also don't have an answer for like who does know how to write in hieroglyphs other than honkies. Like, who do you expect? Does this guy even write in Wingdings? Yeah, right. I don't know Epic the Musical. Dude, Niana, one of my favorite images of all time is a standard keyboard with Egyptian keycaps, with hieroglyphic keycaps. It's so cool. I love it. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I kind of want to get that because, like, I don't look at my keyboard most of the time anyway. When you play game, the game that I've played the most by far is Warframe. I actually feel like I play a pretty decent mix of games. Like, I can just open up Steam right now. Let's look at Steam. It does not. I think it's just standard. I think it's just a standard QWERTY. It's just a standard QWERTY with funny stickers. My most recent played games are Thea, 1000 Exorcist, Vampire Survivors, Majesty, Endless Space 2, Warframe. Like, Thea's cool. Thea's cool. The main games that I'm looking forward to this year are Deltarune. Obviously Deltarune, and Endless Legend 2. When Endless Legend 2 comes out, I probably will play it a bunch on stream. Because I was playing Endless Space 2 a bunch on stream, and it left a strong impression on people. And if it wasn't for the fact that, like, I have other things I really want to get done on stream, just, like, do them on stream, I probably would be playing Endless Space 2 on stream. Yeah, so Rabid Mutt, I mostly played Warframe, like, 10 years. I've played Warframe for, like, over 10 years. I've got 3,000 hours in Warframe. And somewhere in, like, for, like, years, there was, like, no storyline to speak of. It was just kind of, like, they were just kind of, like, one-off things about, they were just, like, these, like, Silver Age superhero ass level pulpy kind of episodes. And then they had a plot line about medical debt. That, like, it goes really hard. Like, yeah, like like they go hard. Leave it to Canadians. Of all the people on the planet, the Canadians are going to have the most insight into medical debt as a concept. And, like, the New War is, like, one of the better space operas I've ever encountered. Like, I actually think the New War is just, like, actually better than Star Wars. Like, it's they're actually, like, they just like hired actual writers and got really good at writing. Like, they spent years without writers and had, like, no storyline, and then they just hired writers, and all of a sudden they've got good writing. It's crazy. It's not like 100% hits. There are, even, like, now there are some kind of misses. But, like, anything involving Call is amazing. Like, and yeah, I was about to say, Artie, bad news for you. Tomorrow I'm playing Deltarune. Tomorrow's Deltarune. I want to beat Deltarune 1 and 2 on stream before Deltarune 3 and 4 come out. So I've already played them before. It's not a, actually, hold on, I can just show the schedule, right? I set this up in advance for a reason. Oh, hold on. Schedule, yeah, here's the schedule for the week. Oh, yeah, no. 2 is so good. 2 is so freaking good. 2 is a lot better than part 1. Part 1's good, but 2 is really good. 2, I think, is actually better than Undertale. I really like part 2. It's beautiful. So yeah, tomorrow is Deltarune. And then Discord movie night for a Fury Road. I normally do double features, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do for the double feature for this Wednesday. I think I'll do Holes. I think I'm gonna do Fury Road, then by Holes. Then I'm gonna do Holes. Yeah, I love Fury Road. It's one of my favorite movies. And then Thursday, director Nemo's gonna come by, and we're gonna talk about education in the humanities. And then Friday is either going to be a hand cam or Deltarune. It kind of depends. Yeah, no, the Queen rules. The Queen rules. the Queen's so good. I love the Queen. I love the Queen. The Queen's so fucking funny. How do people compare Deltarune with Undertale in terms of story? I think overall people tend to like Undertale more. I like Deltarune more, but I think overall people tend to like Undertale more. I think a lot of that is just because like Undertale was so fresh and refreshing when it came out, and Deltarune is so self-consciously and overtly part of the same not continuity, but like conversation, maybe milieu, oeuvre. Like it's hard to talk about like how, unless you're really unhinged about, unless you're extremely normal, I think is the phrasing that people like to use. Unless you are extremely, exceptionally normal about that stupid troll webcomic that I didn't read, Undertale just kind of feels like a bolt of lightning. Yeah, Undertale felt a lot more novel. Undertale is a lot more novel. I think Deltarune, yeah, Homestuck. It's not even coattails. It's not even us on the coattails. It's that like Undertale was so novel when it came out. Deltarune felt so novel for so many of us. Ooh, that's really good to know. I'm gonna skip Undertale because I don't think I have enough time. I don't think I've got enough time to do Deltarune 1 and 2 before 3 and 4 come out. I want to play 3 and 4 like as soon as they come out because I don't want to get spoiled. Because I want to be able to talk to people about it without getting spoiled. So I'm just going to try to do Deltarune 1 and 2 in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. Like Deltarune, I think is actually, like I said, I think Deltarune is overall a better game. That's crazy. Actually, hold on. Artie, actually, no, this is for the new folks. For the new folks who might not be familiar with this. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, hold on. This command might just work. I might just be able to do this command. There we go. There are a couple of VODs of me playing Dark Souls. I managed to get to 2024 without knowing what genre of game Dark Souls was. There's an argument that I've gotten to today without knowing what genre of game Dark Souls is. But yeah, it's like that Greek woman monk who had never seen a woman. Yeah, I'm proud to have never done genocide as well. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits and Yano saw me play Dark Souls. I know that Nyanomancer at the very least had to take breaks from watching me. That was, it was very funny to me. Yeah. I don't even know if I'll do all of the fights, the optional fights in Deltarune, just because I don't tend to play games very fast when I'm on stream. And we've only got 2 weeks, right? I do have an interest in Clair Obscur, but it's just a matter of priorities, right, Rabid Mutt? Like, I have to think about like what I can only stream so much. Hey, Hazmat! It's Haz. It's Haz. And heck yeah, Haz. How you doing, Haz? But yeah, I think Clair Obscur is very cool. A lot of people have made a very compelling sell for it on me. 2 more hours of night shift, brutal. Absolutely brutal. But yeah, my game backlog is so long right now. I haven't even done the I have an intention of beating Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, and 3 before the end of the year of the snake, because it is the year of the snake. So I've got until like, was it February of next year? To beat Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, and 3. I've beaten 1. I beat 1 on stream. But I haven't even started 2 and 3. And I was like planning on being done with them by now, and it just it's there's so many things to do, right? There's so many things to do, right? Right, like I've got like 5 more. I've got at least 2 more book chats lined up. I haven't done a book chat in months, and I've got 2 more lined up. They haven't been scheduled, but they're lined up. I've got book chats, I've got lectures, it's I'm just not doing a good job at staying on pace, right? I'm just not doing a good job at keeping up. 7 day shifts in a row starting Saturday, that sucks. I'm actually pretty good, Rabid Mutt. I'm actually pretty good. Last year I went on a horror kick, and because I won't play horror games on my own devices, but playing on them on stream I found really fun. Signalis in particular really stood out to me. Signalis is one of my favorite games now. I love Signalis. Miss Mochivius, I have had 2 liters of water over the course of stream. I am fine. But other people, yes, please have some water. I like Metal Gear Solid 3. Signalis is really good. Signalis is super, super good. I apologize. I probably came across a little bit rude right there to you, Miss Mischievous. I apologize. Yeah, go ahead. I love Signalis. Playing Signalis before playing Silent Hill was like not the right choice. Black Souls 1 and 2. Go to Alice. I would say though I like horror games. As like a stream category for me, I'm not like super sold on them. Like for me personally, like I don't know if they interface with like my streaming style the best. Yeah, I only know FNAF of those. I'm sorry, Arya. Yeah. I played Silent Hill. I played the original Silent Hill 2, the non-remake one. When Silent Hill remake came out, I like them. I really the ones that really stood out to me were Signalis, Mouthwashing, and Slay the Princess. Good lord, I love Slay the Princess. Good lord. Uh love Slay the Princess. Mouthwashing rocks. Mouthwashing fucking rocks. Mouthwashing fucking rocks. It's Slay the Princess is so good. Um yeah, Rabid Mutt play 1000 X Resist. If you like that, play 1000 X Resist. 1000 X Resist is so good. Patware, thank you for the raid. Hello Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I do lots of calligraphy. We are doing a passage from the Zhuangzi right now. The jug is upon you. You were doing Enshrouded. Well, welcome in, Patware, and welcome in to your Raiders. I hope that you were having a good time with Enshrouded. I'm not familiar with Enshrouded, but it's a intriguing name. It's an intriguing name. But yes, I am doing calligraphy right now, and we are moving very slowly. We were talking about horror games. It's a survival crafter. Okay. So sort of like Raft or Terraria or something like that. Mid fantasy. Okay. Mid fantasy survival crafting. Okay. The only survival crafting game I've played recently was V Rising, which I like quite a bit. I do like V Rising quite a bit. But yes, obviously, Patware, if you and your folks need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. If you do not want to raid and run, if you do want to hang out for a little bit, I do offer a service where raiders get to get a free calligraphy redeem. Try to keep it short, like a couple of words. But yes. But yes, if you would like me to do something in calligraphy, let me know. Too sleepy to produce a demand? That's okay. How do you feel about sandbox? Could you give me an example, Hazmat? It is worth saying, I am not like super a horror guy in general. I am like, I'm actually like a lit fic guy. I'm actually like a lit fic guy. I'm a horrible snob who, you know, like when I think about like my favorite game writing, again, it's like 1000 X Resist, Kentucky Route Zero. I consider Kentucky Route Zero a very scary game, but I think a lot of people don't. It's not like traditional horror. I don't think it's what people tend to think of as like a horror game, but it is a game that is horrifying. Right. I still need to play What Remains of Edith Finch. That one I still need to play. Sally's Face is getting a second game as well. Some of the games like Soma. Okay. Soma is cool to me. I have not. I have watched. I have watched Grimmy play Look Outside. I have watched Grimmy and I have watched Nagi play Look Outside. Nagi playing Look Outside was a bit different. But I haven't played it myself. Yeah, off stream I'm playing like Vampire Survivors and like not a whole ton else. Again, this week I'm playing Deltarune and I'm playing Deltarune, and if I have like more time for gaming past Deltarune, I might actually go back to Endless Space. Black Souls appears to be different from Dark Souls. Yeah, no, Nagi is so funny about games. Nagi, I adore Nagi. Nagi Quetzali is a good friend of mine, and it's a really fun friendship between me and her because we're like 180 degrees away on like a million different things. like it is the extent to which me and Nagi might be like one of the most different people from me I've ever met. Like it's really kind of fun. So I'm just like my elbow's getting rubbed raw. Need to change my posture quite a bit. Okay. There we go. And happy birthday, Insane. Easily your favorite JRPG. Okay. I wonder if the fact that I am like perhaps the dumbest person about Dark Souls on the planet would make it like, would it be funnier like how much I would miss everything happening? Jake creates stuff. Thank you for the follow. That's pretty funny, Hazmat. That's a pretty good joke. I like that. is kindergarten, which is essentially the third game. Oh, excellent, excellent. I still think it's funny. Like however you arrived there, I think it's funny to have a game that like you can get to the end of and it's still like incomprehensible. I say I am in case anybody's at all thinks I might be like being like full of shit on this one. I am a big Lynch fan. I really like David Lynch. I really like Yorgos Lanthimos. I really like Satoshi Kon. I really like Cronenberg, for that matter. I also like Loop. I also like Primer. Primer's such a mess of a movie. Oh, hold on. Gotta get up. Let's see. Let's get in here. Time loops. Time loops are tricky. I've talked about this before, but I had this roommate a few years ago who had this interesting this conceit, this question that he would ask people. This really interesting question that he would ask people of, there's a whole bunch of anime that are like, it's a high school but X, right? It's a high school but everybody's name is a pun. It's a high school but for superheroes. It's a high school but everybody gambles. What high school do you write a story about, right? What like come up with a high school but X type story. And I think the one I came up with, and I think it's a pretty good idea. I don't really like writing fiction, but I do like this idea. It's a high school and every single person who goes there gets a perfect score on their whatever you want to call it, your SATs, your Huko, your national entrance exams. Everybody who goes there gets perfect scores on their on their national level exams. Every single person. And that's because all of the students are trapped inside an internal closed time loop where you only graduate if you pass. If you get 100%, you graduate. And if you don't get 100% on the exam, you start high school over. And people outside the high school can't perceive what's happening. All the other students know what's going on and they can talk with you about it. But if you try to talk to people outside of the school about it and you're like, I have been at this high school for 50 years, like, what are you talking about? I can look at a calendar. I can see that you're only there for 2 years. A little bit like Classroom of the Elite. I was actually thinking a lot about Westworld. The robots that live inside of Westworld are functionally are functionally experiencing it as a time loop, right? But like it's a time loop that is like disjoint from like the rest of the world. It's not like there's just like a single person who's in a time loop. It's like a society that's inside a time loop. So there's a little bit of that. I don't know. I think this is interesting. I think that this question of like, because like some people are just not going to even want to pass, right? Because like you're immortal as long as you continue to fail. As long as you continue to bomb the exam, you're immortal. Yeah. I think it's kind of got. I think obviously, like 90% of the challenge in writing is not coming up with an idea. Coming up with an idea is the easy part. So it's actually executing on it in a meaningful and useful way. The Lotus Casino says there's a way out of building. Oh yeah. I don't know. Lotus Casino, but or do they just learn to pass the test better? I think that's something to explore, right? Rabid Mud. I think that's one of those things that is not like a solved thing. I think it's something that like some of the kids are probably like actually like learning and growing, and some of the kids are like just getting more and more traumatized. Locking in for this word. Oh, all right. Yes. It's a high school, but you have to be a chef. Yeah. Yeah, that's what the Rabbit Mouth. That's the thing that's like easy to think about, right? What if I only went back 2 to 4 years? How much I've really learned? Uh, it's a high school, but everyone's in their 30s. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's and insane asylum. That's not a high school. That's a sex club. Miasma Givorus. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow on I guess on me pointing out that high school but everybody's in their 30s is a sex club. uh, to be in school in my 30s. Funnily enough, Blue as I as a person a little bit older than you, I'm thinking about going back to school. Specifically for Sholdal. If you went through a 2-year loop and repeat that until you're 50, have you become wiser? I don't know, Rabid Mutt. I don't know. I don't know. And one of those things that's like kind of a question. One of those things that's kind of a question there is like how much of the feeling of getting wiser is just like your hormones and body changing. Stoned Viking Warrior 420, thank you for the follow. And that's a heck of a name. When you've got Oh, okay, that's what you meant by Tanya the Evil. Okay, you learn such a spoiler. You get sillier man with that life experience in the body of a kid, and they're smart enough to write messed up war doctrine. Interesting, interesting. I mean, I liked Oshinoko. Mostly because I'm just like a huge Asa fan, even though I think it's probably their worst work. Uh, but I did like that, and I thought it was quite funny that it's like Aquamarine gets to go down as like a generational talent and a super genius, and the answer is just like he's just a middle-aged man who you just have a 5-year-old with the entire education of a middle-aged man. uh I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah. And yeah, I do think it's the weakest work by Asa Akasaka. Which is a shame, because I think that Kani Kodakawa is the strongest character that they've written to date. Yeah, and a medical doctor. You know, this medical doc. You've got this like 5-year-old with a with an MD taking like tests designed for 5-year-olds. Um, there's some good parts to it, but the Akasaka's a better romance writer than a drama writer. Is what is ultimately what kind of happens. There are some very good moments though, and honestly, anytime that Akane Kodakawa is like doing it, yeah, I don't understand those. Horimiya and Solo Leveling being next to each other feels very incongruous. I mentioned Nagi before, and I think I don't think I know anybody who has hated a piece of art as much as Nagi hates Solo Leveling. I don't know what Eminence in the Shadows is. I just genuinely don't know what it is. I don't know what my top anime are. I'd have to like really think about it, because like I can list like the anime that I think about the most and that like I like. Oh my goodness! I'm very sorry. Artie. Have a good luck, Artie. Good luck, Artie. My condolences on your loss. My condolences. Yeah, Solo Leveling is highly divisive. Again, I think Nagi, like a significant percentage of everything that motivates Nagi in life is how mad she is at Solo Leveling. And admittedly, I have a similar reaction to Domestic Girlfriend. My hatred for I do have a least favorite manga. It's Domestic Girlfriend. I don't know if I got a most favorite, but my least favorite is Domestic Girlfriend. Domestic is so much worse, man. Rent a Girlfriend is genuinely like. Rent a Girlfriend is like 2 tiers up on Domestic Girlfriend. Domestic Girlfriend sucks so much. Symphogears is an interesting choice. I did not enjoy Symphogear. I will say. Rabbit. No, Nano, you don't get it. You don't get it. Oh, hello, Shimero. Hello, Shimero. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Thunder Mommy Raid. Welcome in, Cheesy Moth. For the Raiders, we're about. I guess I'm gonna snooze. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today, I am doing calligraphy, which is one of my most common things to do. We are doing calligraphy of a passage from the Zhuangzi, which is a piece of Chinese literature That's a raid and run. Okay. Thank you, Cheesy Moth, for the alert on that one. And also thank you for the follow, and thank you to all the raiders for coming by, and thank you to Shimeru for why am I pronouncing it super Japanesey? Shimero, for entrusting their community with me. And for all of you, thank you all for coming here, and thank you. I hope that you enjoy your stay. If you do not enjoy your stay, I can't stop you from leaving, even if I wanted to. So even if I wanted to stop you from raiding and running, I could not actually do it. So you get to raid and run, no matter what I say. No matter what I say or do, you get to do it. So, yes, we've been discussing horror games and favorite mangas and anime. It's like get wet. Okay, I mean, it would be an imperative. Shimero. It would be an imperative. That's the conjugation for the imperative. I'm trying to remember. I think Shimero might be like, is that like that might also be like to shut or to tighten. Japanese. My Japanese is I'm being a little bit sloppy right now, and also, I mean, I don't know. Phonetics betray you all the time in Japanese. But yes. So Shimero, pronouncing increasingly like an asshole. But yes. We're about to go into ads. Ads are hitting momentarily. And I cannot. I guess I could stop that, but I'm not going to. We're going to get hit by the ads. Thank you for coming here. I'm going to be keeping going for like at least another hour. Let me give myself a little stretch here. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I put up the fan art gallery during ads so that you guys don't miss anything. And so enjoy that. And I'm going to use the bathroom. And I'll be right back. Oh my goodness, a mold infection. I'm very sorry to hear that, Shimero. I am very, very sorry to hear that. That is awful. I am sorry. I am very, very sorry. Please recover. That is dreadful. But yes, I do offer raiders get to the raid. If you send a raid to me, you get a free calligraphy redeem. So if you would like that, please let me know what you would like. Regardless, I know that a couple people I missed and are tired, so I'm probably going to go back at the end of stream, and after I finish this passage, actually, I will probably go back and go through all the raids and do just everybody's names. Create an honor roll. But we are working on a passage from the Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is the second most important piece of Daoist philosophy, and for my money, it is the finest and funnest piece of ancient philosophy. I love the Zhuangzi. I love the Zhuangzi, and this passage is very fun. This passage is very, very fun. I find the Zhuangzi to be one of those eminently practical books for life. The sort of thing that really justifies a lot of the nonsense we put up with in life. Your favorite story? I don't know if it's my favorite story. Oh, just in general is my favorite story? I don't know. I don't know what my favorite story is. I don't know what my favorite story is. I like the story of Cripple Shoe. Not a fictional story, but I really like the story of John Brown. Big John Brown. Big John Brown fan over here. I like Moby Dick a lot. I like Moby Dick and Frankenstein a lot. Hong Kong's The Vegetarian is up there for me. Yeah, not sure. It might... I wonder if it is The Vegetarian. I wonder if it is The Vegetarian. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hold on. That was a history prompt. That was a history prompt. My favorite story from all of history. Hold on. Okay, actually, here's one. So this is an English form. This is an English form. That is correct, Shimero. Black letter is for English. And this is for Middle English, not for Old English. Old English is older. Old English is older than this script. Back during the days of Old English, you would use insular. But Gothic is for Middle English. Middle English to Modern English. Favorite history story. I think my favorite history story of them all is... It might be Xiangyang. It might be the death of Xiangyang. So this is ancient Chinese. This is ancient Chinese history. This is ancient Chinese history, and the actually no. My favorite history story is the Christmas truce. What am I talking about? It took me so long to figure this out, to think this out. It's the Christmas truce. It's the Christmas truce. I love the Christmas truce. The Christmas truce makes me... I don't even know what to say about it. the Christmas truce is during World War One. The the war starts in August, right? Famously, the Guns of August, and the war is going on, and by the winter, it has settled into the trench warfare that we know and love. The deadliest phases of the war are over, which are all during the first couple of months, and by winter, it is settled in, and the soldiers on both sides do an impromptu, unplanned truce for Christmas. I don't even know what else to say. The Germans and the French and the British get out into the no man's land and exchange candles and trade rations and play soccer together and sing songs, sing Christmas carols. And I don't know, it's just this very beautiful moment, and it really highlights the inhumanity and stupidity. Yeah, it's the impromptu soccer game that gets me too. It's the soccer game that really gets to me. It's a soccer game that really is man. And then, of course, this is not what this. It makes me really sad too. Yeah. Well, and they didn't just go back to fighting afterwards. Units were punished and broken up and redistributed as a result of the Christmas truce. The Christmas truce was treated by command as a form of dereliction. All right, Shimero, please recover. I am very sorry, my dear, that you are suffering that way. Please feel better soon. A mold infection in the lungs is brutal. Yeah, the Christmas truce, and then in future years, right? In future years, the command ordered intensification. They ordered an intensification of fighting during Christmas for exactly this reason, which disgusting, right? By itself enough to make you an anarcho-communist. No wonder all the poetry post World War I banged. I know, right? Once we were liberated, once Western civilization was liberated of... It wasn't once and for all, but the liberation of us from the romanticization of violence. Which is never a complete process. Right, we still have people romanticizing violence to this day. But man, you can make better poetry when you're not romanticizing violence. And there we go. Ooh. Where? It's Mara. Hello, Mara. How you doing, Mara? How are you doing? Where? We're doing some Chinese philosophy tonight. Vibing before working? That's an excellent choice. I'm grateful that you chose to vibe here. Mara has a strong chance to become an English lit undergraduate this year. Let's go. What motivated you to look at English literature as a potential way to spend years of your life, if not more? I was not an English lit person in undergraduate at all. I was a chemist. Yeah, Cherry Emoji did English lit. I always kind of assumed that people who got into English lit as a field, it was often motivated by a particular work. You know, that they were really into Joyce or Woolf or something like that, or Melville. Southeast Asian studies was too competitive. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, American schools don't usually work like that. Like you are just rejected by like the entire school, or not by like individual programs. Just kind of a different filtering system. Jupa, which transitioned to Juga. Oh, huh. All right. someone who's textura quadrato. I was confused to see that we are only allowed one choice of major instead of having multiple choice on a particular university. Huh. I mean, eventually you do have to make 1 year major, right? But the way that my schooling did it was that you just get into the school, right? You just get into the school, and then you take coursework, and your major is basically like you have to choose a major eventually, but it's mostly determines like which top level courses do you take, because you only have so many. Like in a college degree, you will take the school that I went to, this was pretty typical for the U.S. You take 4 per semester, so you take 32 courses. Yeah, undeclared for the first year or two. You take 32 courses, and only like 2 to 4 of those would be upper level courses. Everything else would be like build up to the upper level courses. And so like the upper level courses were determined by your major. It's psycho, yes. Yeah. Take it, majoring in yandere. Got advanced graduate work in yandere. Now I kind of want to pronounce those terms super American. Yandere. Like it's there. Yandere. Tsundere. Not even attempting to pronounce the T in it, just tsundere. Yeah, yandere is crazy. I know, right? Oh, it's gonna be tight. But again, tightness helps Gothic. I mean, not generally by Americans. No. That's like that's one of the two sounds that that's one of the few sounds that Japanese really has that English doesn't. Japanese is generally a more phonetically limited language than in English. I almost just said than American. Okay, and tightness helps in many things. Sure. It's true. You don't have to put it like that. Yandir. Yandir, like yonder, right? Actually, no, that's how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, Yandere, like it's yonder. There we go. Gotta remember. Wander over yonder. Yeah, exactly. Is Wandaria a thing? Would that be like a person? Is that the white woman disease? Is that pun too much? Uh, okay, there we go. Yeah, at least two people understood At least two people understood where I was going with that one. Horrible. But it's absolutely horrible. Probably the worst thing I've said this entire stream. I hope somebody clipped it. I might write that down. So we are at 6:34. Um, so many. There are so many. There are so many. There are so many options here. And let's finish this one up. There's Himedere is one. Bakadere is another one that I've heard before. It's goofy. It's too much typology. It's too much freaking typology. I'm really thinking about the skeet that I saw. What about Duran? There's a skeet from a couple days ago that like one of the low key problems with NTR is that it interferes with creating actual just like stories about cheating. Like they've applied power leveling to cheating on your husband, and they've made it worse. Just watch In the Mood for Love. In the Mood for Love's so good. Just you can just like watch a good film without having to like do power leveling for it. Next time on NTRZ. Your least favorite thing. I will be honest, maybe I'm just like not reading enough porn or something like that. I don't get it. I don't get either like the love or the hate for it. I also see people talk about like, oh, this is like just an NTR story about something that just doesn't involve committed relationships. And I just get baffled. I'm just like, what are you talking about? How is this? Like, these are just people? Hello, Fox underscore ban underscore again. Who are you, Uncle? Hey, Bug. Hey, Bug. How you doing, Bug? Oh, and, Insane. Give me the pronoun to use. Give me the pronoun to use. Boy, okay. Boy. I saw it. I'm sorry. I apologize for that one. Bug, it's about to get worse. How are you doing, Bug? How are you doing, Bug? But I don't speak Russian, so I don't know what that means, Foxban again. I apologize. Bug VT. You were doing retro. Yes, you were. I saw it. I was there. Okay. Oh, nope, don't. You don't need to see that. Let's turn this off for a minute so you guys can appreciate. I like Bug. I like Bug. Alright, Insane Asylum. Good boy. I did a bad job there. You're a very good boy, Insane Asylum. Okay, that was better. That was better. I'll take that. I'll accept that one. I can do ASMR, okay? I've done ASMR streams. It's a redeem bug. I'm not doing I'm not planning on doing an ASMR stream fully. Did a quantum leap from Professor to Love in Deep Space? I think I'm alright at the ASMR thing, but I found doing an I've done one full ASMR stream, and I don't know that I'm planning on doing another one. If I do ASMR again, I will probably do it as like 10. But yeah. A trap is for fish. When you've got the fish, you can forget the trap. A snare is for rabbits. When you've got the rabbit, you can forget the snare. Words are for meaning. When you've got the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find someone who's forgotten words so I can have a word with him? I mean, I could do that. And Blue also redeemed an ASMR. Hold on. The problem's like my mic and my camera are going to like bounce into each other at this rate. Oh, okay. I can do better. Better. That was much better. And I'm small. Thank you, Insane, for the small. Thank you for the small. Thank you for the small. Alright. I didn't think it was going to be that type of stream, but it looks like it's becoming that type of stream. Um, Hello, Hagimoto Miyu. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing today? I personally am having a lovely day. I personally am having a really lovely day. But it is time for me to catch up on something. Does the wall hold? Read some philosophy. Yeah. And I'm an almond. I'm a smallmond. It just occurred to me that I could probably make I could probably just use if-then statements to make it so to make a tree where where the names on the model redeems change. It's funnier than you meant it to be. I think it's lovely. I love the small. I love the small and I love the almond. The smallmond toss. Yeah. I was wondering. I'm wondering if that's like worth doing to create a bunch of create like a whole custom tree. So it's a smallmond toss and the thigh high. The thigh high is the funniest one. The thigh high is definitely the funniest one of the like the multi-layered modifications. Does this thing even matter? Doesn't really matter. It actually just kind of makes things worse. That's kind of neat. That's kind of neat to know that the ring light doesn't actually help me on my objectives. Okay, so let's take a look. We've gotten a lot of raids today. This might not actually have enough space on this. I might be screwing myself here. You lurk a lot? That's fair. That's fair. That's all good. That's all good. A lot of people do. There are people who show up here and I like never see them, right? Like I never see them chat, right? And that's fine. That's fine. I always make sure to thank the lurkers and the VOD watchers. That's why I always say hello to them at the start of stream because they're important, right? I know that Rinnies is a VOD watcher. I'm just not gonna use this one for the moment here. I'm just not gonna use this one for the moment here. Yeah, and let's keep it going. So this is something that I think, this is probably how I should do it in the future, because historically I've been like, oh yeah, you can request a free write something redeem, but that's like actually kind of putting people on the spot, and sometimes people leave, and sometimes I forget. This is a little bit more concrete. How evil do you want to be? How evil are you contemplating? Least favorite. Okay, sorry. There we go. I see it now. Least favorite story. Least favorite history story. Henry Kissinger lived to the age of 99. I don't know how much I need to elaborate. I don't know. I don't know how much I need to elaborate on that one. Henry Kissinger lived to the age of 99. That's pretty close on my least favorite. Yeah. All right, and yeah, he fucking died finally. Sorry, I shouldn't get like too heated about celebrating somebody's death, but like, come on. Fellow May baby. I guess my stream is a May baby. Tomorrow is my 2-year anniversary. Well, today is. It's happy 2 year streaming to me. Abby, 2 years streaming to me. Hold on, what's Kissinger's birthday? Hold on, let's see if how do I do this one? Yeah, like this. There we go. 520. Oh wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of overlap. That's a lot of overlap. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. How are things? How are you doing, Hoomts? The Hoomt. The Hoomt. How do I want to do this E? Oh yeah, that's how I want to do this E. Hold on. I actually really love the Gothic capital E. There's like 3 different Gothic capital E's, but I like this one. Right. I have been quite well. Hold on. May 27th for Kissinger. Okay. Yes, that's pretty crazy, Blue, right? I mean, like, statistically, if you have 30 people in a room, there's a 50-50 chance that 2 people have the same birthday, I believe is the number, which is crazy. New Doom game on ultra settings stay at 350 FPS. Excellent. I haven't bothered. I haven't picked it up yet. I'm honestly, whenever I think about playing Doom, I just think about playing like Doom 1 or 2. Like I've played Doom 2016. It just like never occurs to me to replay it or to play like later Dooms. I'm just like, yeah, but Doom 1 and 2 are out. They're still out. Izu the Kitsune. I'm sorry, Izu _the Kitsune. Thank you for the follow. You're a Doom 2 hater. Bug, I knew that I could come to you for a bespoke opinion. I knew I could come for you to see you for a bespoke opinion. I want to hear it. I want to hear what the Doom 2 haterism, where the Doom 2 haterade comes from. I want to know. Okay. That's understandable. I am of the... I don't know if I'd say it's... I don't know if I particularly dislike it, but I do think that particularly the loss of chapters... the loss of chapters as a structure feels like a real loss to me. Right? That feels like a real loss to me. Yeah, philosophy. I didn't know that Philosophy Tube and Mia Mulder had the same, birthday. Sybil the Moth. Okay. Just trying to figure out if that's a capital T or not. It's a capital T. I need to spend some time rehearsing my Gothic capital M's because I'm not super satisfied with these. You know they have a fucking twist. I love twisting. Never played Doom. Doom 1 I love so much. It's okay. Is it the Kitsune? Yeah, it's January. Finally get to play the motherfucking Indiana Jones game. That's fair. That's fair. 520 is Chinese slang. I love you. I'm guessing it's a pun, right? I'm assuming so. I'm assuming it's a pun. But it might not be, because like you know, there's kind of famously like the grass, the kanji for grass is a synonym for to laugh. It's a homophone. Yeah, that's what I figured. Homophone. I mean, homophony in Chinese goes crazy. It absolutely drives me nuts when people are like, oh, English has too much homophony. I'm like, no, it doesn't. English homophony is so mild. English is so mild on the homophones. Thank you, Izu. I'm trying to remember how you'd even say 520. I know I say it in Japanese. Hold on. Literally cannot remember what it is. Oh wow, I feel so dumb. We're Erling. Yep. Yep, that's correct. Erling. Yeah. I was like so trapped in Japanese. I was like, I know I know it's E in both, but like after that, I'm like I know it's E and san in both. But could not remember. I was wrong about too. I thought it was Neon. So like yeah, I was definitely off. Civil D Moth. There we go. And yeah, that's. I don't know if I've ever actually seen an American building that doesn't have a 13th floor, but like it is like a thing that like I was told about growing up. I mean, I've definitely been in buildings that don't have 13th floors, but I've never been one that had. But I've never been in one that had a 14th floor and no 13th floor. I should clarify. I've definitely been in buildings that just had 12 floors. Or fewer, obviously. I've actually never lived in a like genuine high rise. I've lived in quite a few New York apartments, and like even some like pretty big ones, but I think the biggest one's 4 stories. Really, Blue? Really? Okay, wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, because 13 floors is a lot of floors. And say what you will about like America being crowded and whatnot. America's pretty spread out. America is pretty spread out. There's a lot of physical space. Let's take a look here. Oh, and Panther VT, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Then hearts for the beautiful writing. Thank you. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you, Izu. Uh, I love it. Urge to get political about the amount of land in America intensifies. Well, to be not particularly political about it, the United States has a population density similar to that of Kazakhstan. It is a fraction the population density of. It would, I think, America's like number like 140. For in terms of population density, like we're one of the least densely populated countries. Okay, and we're about to get hit by ads. We're about to get hit by ads, so be aware, folks. Graham Glassman, and then Princess Roska. Oh yeah, that one's pretty good. Pretty good P right there. Pretty good P right there. Yeah. America has a lot of land, we just use it really, really poorly. Sweden has twice the amount of land as Poland, but the entire population of Sweden could fit into Warsaw. Yeah, right? All right, K underscore Melko. Please have a lovely night. It was lovely to have you here. And yeah, I mean, like part of that is like, I mean, this is if people here watch real life lore, like half of the videos on real life lore are just like the population density of this area is low because it's too dry for good farming. The end, right? Like it's genuinely kind of funny how much that's the channel. Yeah. We are going to get hit by ads, but I can talk about that a little bit more when I get back. So enjoy. Yeah, Phoenix, Arizona is a monument to man's hubris against God. Oh my goodness, just as I was using the bathroom. Just as I was using the bathroom. Virgo Sarian, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Virgo. I think it's possible it's the first time I've managed to get you. Well, you managed to get me, I should say. So hello to Virgo Sarian, and of course to Crazed Yuto, and Flamio Flamingo, and Sybil. And hello to Sweet Valentine and Cambo Juice. Hello. So I just wanted, so first of all, let's give the shout out and explain who I am. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, and now I am anime online professionally. How was Dead by Daylight? I know that that's one of your favorites. I am hoping that you had a really lovely time with it. I'm hoping that was a really lovely time. I'm hoping that you had a very, very lovely time. But yes. People should know, my folks should know, that my oldest emote is from Virgo. This one is my noted emote is by Virgo. So yeah. It was fun. Didn't win, but had a giggle. That's good. Yeah. Virgo is doing an emote raffle a million years ago, and I didn't have any emotes at the time, and I threw my hat in, and Virgo did a little noted emote for me. So thank you very much for that. And obviously, Virgo, if you need to raid and run, it was so long ago. It was so long ago. I say, this may amuse you, Virgo. Today is literally, as of 5 hours ago, literally my 2-year streaming anniversary. Literally my 2-year streaming anniversary today. So that's forever ago to VTubers, is within the last 2 years. Within the last 700 days. So yes. Yes, Virgo. Oh, and uni_me. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I feel really good about how I pulled that one off. That was a good one. Thank you for the happy anniversary wishes. Yeah. Yes. Hello. And a very background thing, a very, very background thing. My intent was that when I started streaming, before I started streaming, I gave myself the parameter that I would only continue streaming if I could pay my bills with it. Specifically, I need to be able to pay my rent at least once off of streaming. And that is not happening this month. But that did happen during Subathon. My first Subathon did earn enough money in 1 month to pay 1 month's worth of rent. So I am not quitting. But that was my initial plan, right? That was my initial parameterization. So, I don't know. It's a heck of a thing to think about. But yes, Virgo is a long time. The proof of concept is there. But yes, I am catching up on writing down who rated me this stream. Welcome back, Artie. But yes, obviously, Virgo, if you need to raid and run, please avail yourself of that, and the same goes for everyone else in your community. We have been having a very chill stream today. The big thing I got done was I did a passage from the Zhuangzi. Which is a piece of Daoist philosophy. It's one of the 2 most important pieces of Daoist philosophy. Hold on a second here. Uh, a trap is for fish. When you've got the fish, you can forget the trap. A snare is for rabbits. When you've got the rabbit, you can forget the snare. Words are for meaning. When you've got the meaning, you can forget the words. Where can I find someone who's forgotten words so I can have a word with him? And this is what the Zhuangzi is like. This is like my favorite piece of ancient philosophy. This book. It's not my favorite passage from it, but I do love the book in general. I think this is a very fun little passage from it. I just adore this silliness to it. Right? It's this very silly Billy goofy book about coping with the fact that you live in an intrinsically unpredictable universe. And that you need to that's only your only real option is like you get to cope or not. You get to cope or die. Those are your options. And I think this is a good little illustration of it, especially this question of like how wisdom works. How this concept around wisdom where the Daoists are expressing consistent, frequent skepticism of sophistication. That being having sophisticated, complicated arguments obscures truth rather than illuminates truth. And I think this is very valid. I think it's a very valid line of critique. I think this is something that is very worth keeping in mind. And that's my main thing I got done on today's stream. I was trying to do the poem Sympathy, but I can't. None of my papers suit it. It was very frustrating. Princess Rosca got smeared a little bit. But yeah, I'm catching up on my Raiders because I got a lot today. This is at the halfway point now. But yeah, I don't know. We've been discussing colonialism, traditional Almantas things. We had a pretty rough discussion about a pretty rough discussion about slavery earlier. Yeesh. Yeah, well, and it's not even. I would say it's a slightly different thing than the question of like flaunting versus not flaunting. I would say that's kind of a question of like, if your idea is clear, if you understand your idea well, you don't have to make it too complicated. No, it's absolutely okay, Artie. I'm very sorry that you lost an animal. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. That is rough. I'm sorry. Man, let's get this in. Okay, for a second I was really worried that I'd spelled enigmata incorrectly. Hold up. Let's get this. There we go. That's where I'm actually at. Enigmata. Gotta check the camera pretty frequently to make sure that I'm actually on it. And let's oh wait, hold on. Wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Also, you know what? Because I saw her in the raid. I'm gonna give a little shout out to Sybil. That's two different Sybils that I'm giving shout outs to today. Yeah, Sybil is of course playing Dead by Daylight. Sybil's a good friend. I adore Sybil. I adore Sybil. She's a delight. She's a delight. She's just very cute and very fun. And one of my favorite streams I have ever done, one of my favorite collabs I've ever been involved in, was with Sybil. Sybil was playing Elden Ring, and she was getting kind of like tilted and exhausted. And I was wasted. I was just drunk. I had just been partying. And I get online and I see Sybil playing, and she's flagging a little bit. So I just come into chat and I start shouting like, "Let me in, let me in, let me in." And she lets me in. She lets me into on her stream. She lets me into a Discord call with her. And I start sports casting her fighting bosses in Elden Ring. Guys, you have to understand, I've never played Elden Ring. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I had no idea what was going on, and I was drunk, and I was doing a really terrible accent, a really terrible mid-Atlantic accent. So yeah, one of my favorite streamer experiences. I'm pretty sure I got her killed half a dozen times because she was laughing so hard she couldn't fight. I hope she's got the VOD somewhere. I should have preserved that. I'm becoming sentimental in my old age. Okay, next up is Patware. Pataware. Be she can convert this into a boss clear. Yeah, dude. She's on the 3rd yard line. She's we're seeing a power play. And again, folks, to get an understanding of my understanding of the Souls series, if you want to get an understanding of what I'm like at Dark Souls, those are some of my favorite VODs. Yeah, let's go. All right. Now. And if Virgo's still here, you're about to get written in. You got to be enrolled into the honor roll. Oh, hold on. Camera needs to... Desk is getting a little bit crowded here. I love this painting effect so much. There we go. Alrighty, folks. Heck yeah. You know what I'm gonna do right now? Gonna halt ads. Sorry, gonna halt raids. Okay, because I'm out of room. I'm out of room for this. So, oof. Here are all the raids that we got today. That's quite a few. Denpa Sekai, Mara Eventry, Sybil the Moth, Grim Glassman, Princess Roska, Enigmata Luna, Patware, Shimero, and Vergosarian. Thank you all for the raids. That was really something else. Not what I was expecting at all out of today. And so I am pretty tired. It's 5:30 in the morning for me. And we've been up for a long time. So, with that in mind, here is the schedule for the week. My folks. Today was the hand cam day. Tomorrow I'm doing Deltarune, Chapter 1. I want to get through Deltarune 1 and 2 in time for Deltarunes 3 and 4, which comes out on the 6th of June. So that comes apace. It's not like that soon, but given how slow I play games on stream, right, where I'm playing like this might be my only stream, a gaming stream this week, right? It will be tomorrow. So, I want to do that. So we got to get started on. We got Mosey. Deltarune 1 is quite short. Deltarune 2 is a bit longer. So, entirely possible that 1 week on Deltarune 1 and then 2 on Deltarune 2 will get us there. And then Wednesday, movie night on my Discord. Let's give you guys the link for that. Discord. Movie night for the Discord. So movie night on the Discord, it will be Fury Road. I think we might also watch Holes. I never actually watched the movie Holes. I read the book that it's based on by Louis Sacker, but I never watched the film of it. And I've heard it's very good. I've heard it's very, very good, but I still haven't done it. And then on Thursday, director Nemo, who's a fellow sociologist. Yeah, I like Holes. I liked Holes a lot. I like everything by Louis Sacker, to be honest. I think Louis Sacker is just a good children's author. Like, I just think he's just flat out a bad one. Hello, Zanjo. Hello, Zanjo VT. You got here super late. And hello, I _C_ everything. Would you ban them for spamming? Probably not. People spam here all the time. I don't mind at all. You're a fanfic of free. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So Director Nemo is also a sociology educated person, and he will be on Thursday to talk about that. And Friday, I'll play it by ear. I'll play it by ear. I kind of want to do mini painting today, so I might do mini painting on Friday. If I don't beat Deltarune 1 on Tuesday, I'll probably try to finish it off on Friday. I don't think I'll do the optional boss. Reverse Pastry, that's an interesting name. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. I think that I'm going to make the least surprising raid out. So we're going to raid Rinnie's. We're going to raid Rinnie. She is very delightful. She will not be disruptive to you at all. I hope not. You know, I like Rinnie's a lot. I think she's very easy to like. And yes, so please enjoy her. She's going to be she's almost certainly doing a cozy art stream. Older man geezer raid. If you are not subbed, this is the raid message. If you are subbed, this is the raid message. So, everybody enjoy that. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, I'll see you Wednesday for movie night. Everybody have a lovely, lovely night, and thank you all for being here. Sleep well.